Ba-boop, doop, ba-doo. Ba-doop, ba-doop, doop, boop, doo, ba-doo. Welcome back to Rogue Trader. I think we're doing I think this is the last story bit of the expansion. I doubt there's too much more to that, considering how close we are to the end of the game itself, even. But who knows, maybe this last chapter is, like, way longer. Maybe closer to Chapter 1 and 2's lengths. Chapter 3 was pretty short, but you're also stuck in Kamarog full of it, so... But, right. I actually didn't remember what we were doing. We're in the freight line, the elevator just crashed, all that. The worker before you is the same man you saved from the Enforcer earlier. He's badly burnt, but his face is beaming. Blimey, if it isn't you, Lord Captain. The elevator full. I came to help in case anyone survived. Lo and behold, it's your lordship. It's happening in the bay. It's a big old accident. Everything's on fire. The place is packed with corpses. Some burned alive, others choked on smoke. We'll save our home ship, just you wait and see. Following orders. Look for anyone badly wounded and provide them first aid. And your Medicaid kit. Take this, your lordship's health comes first. Thank you. This will come in handy. Proud to serve the ship, the Dynasty, and your very lordship. It's fun. Small reward, yeah, helped him out. Alright, get an extra, actually a large medikits. Those are kind of rare, actually. Slightly rearrange. The wall of... okay, the man who weighs about as much as a bus should be on the front line at all times. Over here, can hear voices under the rubble. Gotta protect you, Lord Captain. I think he's been doing that for a while. And there's a Sister of Battle and a Blood Spinner on my team. I feel like he's doing about as direct as he can. Is that so? Ah, yes, our onboard trains. I get the distinct impression this is going to be a fight. Locomotive enveloped in steam halts at the platform with a low rumble. Hardened emergency workers of the Infernus Guild pour out of the carriages. Upon seeing you, they begin to wave cheerfully and shout. Oh, it's Heinrich. Heinrich? Montag? Whatever. Heinrich Montag's face is covered in soot. He smiles broadly, never letting go of his glow stick. Well, Captain, good to see you back in good health. However bad it? Boxmaster reported the elevator collapsed, so I jumped on the first train and headed down here to look for you. Holds out a hand as strong as a lifeline. They give you a lift to a safe place. What a perfectly timely arrival. Repairman's hunch, Lord Captain. Find myself drawn to places where nothing is broken yet, but is about to.
Death to non-believers!
I'll admit, among the things I saw coming, a death cultist running out and shooting him with a gun was not on the list. A shot from a needle pistol. Okay, needle pistol makes it make a little more sense. Those are at least pretty secretive. Misses Heinrich's head by a thread, cutting his glow stick in two. Frail young cultist of the blood-spun web appears beside you. Goth, cast off the evil hand. It holds only betrayal and wrongful death. Heinrich Montag is not human and he seeks your demise. The Infernus Master pulls the last of the glow stick from his mouth and asks in a low voice, You lost your mind, you damned fanatic. Argenta. Look closer. The Inferni looks baffled. The astonishment soon gives way to righteous indignation as huge, burn-covered fists clench into instruments of murder. But they are not the only instruments. See hands slip under clothes and curl around weapon grips. Somewhere in the crowd, you glimpse the all-too-familiar glint of gunmetal. Heinrich, since when is it acceptable for the Inferni to carry weapons? I refuse to believe a death cultist would fall for that. Heinrich spits at his feet in frustration. Fanatics are always meddling in the wrong business. First the trick with the bloodbath, now this. They're so close. The gun leaps into his hand and points at you. Shot rings out. Whistling hits your ears, but the bullet was evidently meant for the young spinner, now writhing on the ground. Draw your weapon without a word, just... Everyone, arm yourselves. Looks like we didn't get all of the blasted Xenos. No offense to the non-blasted Xenos on this ship. There's only the one of them, to be fair. Heinrich takes out a new glow stick, lights it from his cutter, blows out the smoke with a heavy sigh. Things would be a lot easier if you just crashed in the elevator. Or climbed onto the train. Wish you two could hear the sire's song in your dreams and await the many-armed emperor. The harvest season has come, and you must be reaped. Must die so he may live. Sorry, Ngath, farewell. I was right then. This is a battle setup. Oh good, even more of them. Oh, fuck! Oh god, that one fucking hurt. I am staggered for a round. Okay. Inquisitor's decree. Too bad Cassia doesn't get any of her AP. That would only be nice. I guess there... I don't know. Stray Stolfar, he'll be fine now. That somehow... Oh yeah, I guess it would hit Cabela, wouldn't it?
High momentum.
Alright, firearm mastery time. Really? I was actually really hoping that that angle would make it so I'm not hitting my friends. Well, it's not with a lot, at least. I think you'll find it can be used again this turn, game. Pascal is a little on fire. So Zulfar, to be fair. Gene Stealer is very on fire. Right here, and cut a bitch. Okay, a parry somehow. Thing actually has really high evasion and such.
We bring deliverance. Sire,
Didn't do a whole lot, did ya?
stand in our way.
I am your doom.
Yeah, I mean, you hit him once or twice in all this mess, but, alright then. Let me see. Alright. Pascal, hit where it hurts.
High momentum.
High momentum. You, I guess. Banish your machine spirit. I have a shotgun. Never forget that I have this. Hell is this again? One round, all the target's weapons attack, ignore enemy's armor. Not a big deal right this second. They have the drop on us, but they have pitiful weaponry. Almost the Astartes' turn. When that happens, y'all are gonna be in danger. I love, like, they're weaving around some of these, and then the ones that hit Ulfar aren't doing shit. Howie. Howie.
Away for ascension.
Let's go here. Yeah, go ahead and do that. That worked. Got him up. Firearm mastery. And kick the alien. Oh no, 3 damage to Ulfar's almost 300 hit points at max. Oh, I guess she did just get one of those. Still tell her to bring it down. Very poor chance of hitting from there. That has the unfortunate chance of possibly hitting me. That, however, doesn't. Reckless rush. Probably just don't bother using it right now. Yeah, she can't see anyone to use this either, so... Guess just call the turn there. And kick the Xenos. And then gun.
High momentum.
Quite a bit of gun, in fact. Oh. These things actually have quite a bit of health. Let's cut down on that a bit. Yeah, some of these will hit Ulfar, probably. See, he's fine. Won't be satisfied to win a game of Uni? The hell's Uni? Nice one, Cabela. Here, cut that thing up. Uno. Well, I didn't win either, so... And kick the Xenos.
Will avenge my death.
Chop, chop. It's quite unfortunate that she actually has to move to do that. But if Pascal goes here, there's a very low chance of hitting. A low chance is still a chance, especially when it works. You know what? Turn off his weapons, too. You hate yourself? Don't do that, bathwater. There's a spot I can snipe this thing from. Here should work. The perfect spot. You shall be culled. The damage is okay, but not okay enough. Analyze you. And I have a plan, Arthur. Almost. Ulfar cannot do much here. Might be able to shoot it. No, we've got a plan. Fish. I ain't got no plans if you spell it like that every time. The death cultist is bleeding out, breathing with a barely audible wheeze. You're unharmed, Tommen. The temple. The Azir is waiting. He can help. Let me take you. Blade slips from his weakened fingers and falls to the ground with a clang. Take a look at him. Heinrich was shooting to kill. Perfectly aimed shot has torn the young man's lung to shreds. No wonder he's not choked on his own blood already. Take me to the temple, then. I know better than to try to save you if you're sure you're gonna die. That would be an insult to your entire religion, which I am a known patron of. Vizier. Figure of the Vizier stoops under the weight of his battle garb. His bony fingers tremble as they scoop blood from the bowl and begin tracing the symbols of war on his withered face. Without breaking the ritual, he addresses the emptiness. Thread after thread, death after death. The giver of life wove his path. Yes, I have heard. Twice did he find himself caught between undeath and unlife, and twice did the Undying One reject him, for the time had not yet come. His shriveled face turns to you. His lips quiver in joyous anticipation. Once again, the tenets of the web lead us along the thread of righteous struggle. The foe, the flagship's tormentor, until now unseen, has shown its face at last. My blades have left their sheaths, and duty commands them to slake their thirst with monstrous blood. What's my retinue doing here? An omen, a scarlet whisper, bled into the web of prophecy. The foe longed to slaughter those alone in their chambers. But they were too late. The spinners had already led your chosen few to our abode along a hidden thread. Oh, well, thanks for that. Surprisingly sensible plan. Expecting something less judicious and more bloodthirsty. It was a wise move to deny the assassins their target without starting a panic among the crew. The spinners could use a lesson in courtesy, but should I really complain of mistreatment? It was not the first time, and by the Exalted One, it will not be the last. This enemy cannot take Inaso Yani by surprise, but your caution is commendable. The Predator will now become prey. Whom are you planning to fight? What is happening on the ship? Violence and turmoil. Mutiny of twisted souls. The traitors speak in a false voice over the Vox. They speak of enforcers and officers who sought to slay their Lord Captain. But seek they did not. It was the Mercury-wreathed abominations who threatened the Domin. The flagship is split. Those loyal to the true Domin are fighting those who believe the twisted lie. The faithful are shaken, and the unclean press on, claiming the bays one by one. His voice hums with a dismal energy. They're taking over our home with the hands of the deceived and the lowly. Who is our enemy? His ear nods at the emptiness behind you. Yes, it's time he learned about the ravenous star, about the beasts that appear as men. The malignant flesh imbued with Xenos filth. Long as the foe lurked, pouring its lies into the minds and veins of the disparaged. The dawns and dusks of generations followed upon one another, spawning veiled abominations, until the holy Lord of the Ark stirred the profane lair of iniquity. The war emerged from the shadows in the chamber where the living honored death over the ashes, and they spilled forth. The sacred Ark is nearing its ruin, but our lot is not yet cast, your servants not yet broken. The Undying One awaits your deeds to cover you in glory. Knew about it all this time, why'd you not tell anyone? We did not know who our foe is. It was only the appalling shadow upon the bulkheads. The divinations were silent and no answer was read. Signs changed when the corruption assailed your flagship. The Undying One bid us bare our blades, and among the deaths of the wicked, answers rang out. At once I sent his spinners to those of the lower bays, who did not fall into the foe's hands. Others became guides for your chosen few. You didn't, know. You knew there was something, but you didn't have any actionable information, so it was better to wait. I suppose that makes sense. Killed the cult's leader with my own hands. One sees now that this was but a pawn, ushered into place merely to deflect the falling sword. The player knew the game was forfeit and thus made a trade. Few of their tribe sent to the slaughter, that they might sell the lie that the foe was dead. They call the true master the Sire, it which spawned the cult. A vessel of Xeno heresy, a fierce yet cunning predator that twists their minds into a single knot with only its will. That knot must be severed. Gordian knot time. Hendrix rubs the bridge of his nose in exhaustion. This is the worst scenario imaginable. All this time, your ship has been carrying the very progenitor of the Gene Stealer cell. A Xenos of immense psychic and physical strength who has total control over the cultists. It must be destroyed. It's no longer a question of our own safety, but rather the continued existence of the Expanse as a whole. You're going into battle yourself. You're a little old for that, are you not? The decrepit old man looks pensive as he twirls a dagger, making it dance between his fingers. An old blade, if hardened well and honed with care, does not lose its sharpness, Dominangoth. This is why I love the Bloodspun. I smell no reason to worry about this one's head staying on his shoulders. His bearing tells me all. This worn body belies the spirit of a mighty warrior, the kind who stands tall in the midst of battle, knee-deep in blood and with a grim prayer on his lips. I thought you'd get along strangely well with these guys, Ulfar. I'm glad I was right. I'm surprisingly well informed about what's happening here. This man, blind and wretched, knows nothing. But he knows all. He points a knotted figure at the majestic statue. He reveals the truth to this unworthy speck, warns him through divinations, and the spinners who dance upon the threads help him grasp the visions. And dress our wounds. We have many lives to take today. The death spinner mends the wounds of the breathing with a bloody thread. A horde of predators hunt you, Lord of the Ark. Here in the dark tunnels, the faithful stand in their way, but death is whispering for them, and they will not last long. Go back to your people, Dominangoth, but it is difficult for them to die without your voice. The Voxmaster's pleas still echo through the bays, and the muzzles still bark. The spinners say that the Enforcer's post has not yet fallen. The end is not now. May the tenets of the web guide your blade, Dominangoth. Be swift. Saint's Bone Charm. Worn by a Death Cult assassin. Wearer gains a stack of Blood Blessed. They also gain 20 toughness for 2 rounds, does not stack. It's okay. I don't really mess with the blessed and cursed things. Like, that part of the Death Cult kit I never messed around with much. Kind of all about hitting really hard and multiple times. A spinner, his face covered in carved, bleeding glyphs, makes a respectful gesture of invitation. Show the way, Domin. The way to what? Spinner points his finger upward, at the ventilation shaft through which you reached the temple the first time. Path to where the lay people dwell is complex. Web-like. Let me show you. Very well. Yeah, I think I still want to go with this team.
Do not believe the traitors of Foxclaw.
Assume the side with functioning helmets are my side. Seem to be doing okay so far. Why is that guy standing still? Actually, looking closer, I don't think I think they're all exactly the same looking, and they're just confused as shit about what's going on.
The senior officers, aided by the enforcers, have made an attempt on the road trader's life. Thankfully, the Lord Captain is safe on the bridge. But be warned.
Hold up. What's going on here? Generous Danrock puts down the rifle and dabs his forehead with a silky handkerchief. before shoving it under the tight band of the ammunition belt across his chest. His gilded frock coat is overlaid with a bullet-riddled and melted flak vest that barely fits around his voluminous waist. Behind him, a motley band of enforcers, armed clerks, and laborers greets you with enthusiastic shouts. A group of captives, silent and dejected, sits a short distance away. I am delighted to see you in good health, your lordship. I am afraid my report on the inspection of the ship's storehouses will be slightly delayed due to extraordinary circumstances. High factotum, I assure you, the report can fucking wait. Enforcers reported you had been sighted in this compartment. Humbly believed it was my duty to head for the freight line with this very modest army. Would you kindly move a little to the right, your lordship? I think I was standing fine. You are a surprisingly good shot, Generous. Factotum blows the head off a heretic with a precise shot, then lowers his rifle. Much obliged. When you see Generous, you think he's like this uptight asshole. But then all of this expansion, he's just nothing but amazing. He's on the front lines here, and earlier he got stabbed trying to stop someone from, like, going to assassinate you. Ulfar makes a patronizing gesture. Not bad, coffer keeper. I wouldn't have thought there was such a taste for bloodshed in your heart. I approve of your vigor. Enris swells with pride. Being praised by an angel of the Emperor himself simply must send no fewer than a dozen mutineers myself. Take it the inspection did not go well. Factotum loosens the strap of his flak vest slightly and gives a satisfied groan. It was going splendidly until we were rudely interrupted by the traitorous mutants. Afraid I've temporarily had to requisition weapons and uniforms for myself and my militia. Do not worry, every spent bullet will be accounted for and added to the unplanned extermination of heretics column in the ledger. Very expansive column in the expanse, isn't it? Unfortunately so, sir. I expect you to be so skilled with a rifle, Generous. I have flattered your lordship. Show you that smiting heretics is no more difficult than shooting up serfs at my aunt's birthday party. In fact, fighting an armed opponent may even add a certain spice. Okay, that's what I was looking for. The undercut of this says, oh right, horrific. He is still, a nobleman. Emperor, hear my vow. Will continue to spill my blood, nor stop to heal my wounds until the corruption that has befouled my ship is destroyed. Danrock and your loyal servants freeze in reverent silence. Seldom do they have the opportunity to witness the rogue traitor swear a sacred vow to the God Emperor. Surf just deserved it. Like, I should give him a nice buff. Apparently that gave me something. Probably. All the crew's clans are working together to retake my vessel. You're indeed correct, your lordship. Serfs, enforcers, officers, tech priests, and town rats have all united in their fight against the rebellious scum. Only ones missing are the Inferni. Seems they were the backbone of this mutiny. They strangled all those who were not privy to that dastardly plan. Hanrock glances at the wounded prisoners. And as you could see, our enemies also include those who swore an oath to you not so long ago. Crew members who fell for the rebel propaganda. Your choice whether to sentence them yourself or to leave the execution to me after you have departed on your business. How bad is the situation on the ship? Quite bad. It could have been far worse if it were not for Mistress Saurback's paranoia and insufferable temper. You well know she has a nasty habit of expecting betrayal from everyone except your lordship. She had therefore taken care to draw up special protocols for all sorts of mutiny, and had stationed agents on every deck. When the riot began, these agents took out many of the seditious officers and mounted a defense. In addition, they've been informed of at least 3 cases in which the officers inciting the enforcers to mutiny were shot by Jocasta's personal aides. Looks like she had already been keeping an eye on her least reliable subordinates. I shall give the Emperor a candle in gratitude for making her such a suspicious hag. Maybe 2 candles will do this time. Thanks to your order to put the enforcers on high alert, the traitors were unable to take them by surprise. Watch them take back the base in full assault gear, sparing neither themselves nor their enemies. It was a wise decision indeed. What do you intend to do next? Why, I intend to die for you, your lordship. Every member of the militia, from burly enforcer to puny clerk, nods in somber agreement with the high factotum. And I must admit, we are quite exhausted from fighting our way here. We're really not suited to being an assault squad. I think your lordship should head for the enforcer's post. You'll be safer there. Meanwhile, take a breather, smoke a few more dozen heretics out of their holes. God Emperor willing, you'll not have to die a glorious death with your name on lips after all, and instead begin auditing the damage the ship has suffered, as well as the losses among the crew. Routine procedure, one in which I have become quite proficient. A group of shackled commoners are huddled together on their knees. They wear no armor, just filthy rags and tattered coveralls. Some hide their gaze while others sob quietly or mutter prayers. Only one woman, swarthy and heavily built, glares at you. She's trying to appear proud and fearless, but her lip is trembling. What are you waiting for? Just send us to be done with it. Isn't that what tyrants do? So I'm a tyrant, then. Tyrant, oppressor, butcher, choose whichever one you like. You from the cult of the Ravenous Star? Cult? First, the woman looks confused, then a bitter smirk appears on her lips. Is that what you call our liberators? The aliens, yes. You, anyone who fights the oppressors, is a heretic. Who put you up to this? The liberators are true heroes. When the fiery death rained down on our slums, not one of you enforcers lifted a finger to save us. The Inferni went out of their way to pull children out from under the rubble, men, wounds, and comfort widows. They opened our eyes. You know they're the ones who set the fire, right? Commoners are stupid. I mean, the vast majority of people in the Warhammer universe are just straight up illiterate, so yes, actually. Said we no longer need to endure beatings, fight over crumbs of food, or die after you've worked us to the bone. People can live as equals, take care of one another, and have dignity. Here's what they're fighting for. You profit from keeping us in poverty, and your faith is false. Or the Emperor won his believers to suffer in vain. Even the ship's confessor renounced the false covenants and went on to raise the folk hero Nemesis. You killed both of them. Nemesis was a blatant, three-armed alien. The Imperium's history has shown time and again the rabble is incapable of building a civilized society without governance. Alas, peasants do not read historical treatises. It creates a bit of a catch-22, don't you think, Cassia? They can't read, and they're not allowed to read, but that means they're too stupid to help themselves. And Furnace Guild set up the very disaster that killed your children, your husbands, and wives. They're using you. Woman fixes her gaze on you, as if searching your face for signs of deception. Then she turns pale and a single tear rolls down her cheek. Set up the disaster. But how? Atone with your blood, or perish this instant. The choice is yours. Well, forgive us, Lord Captain. The woman draws a quivering breath. You won't forget your mercy. There's weapons and a round of ammunition. Send us forward. Bastards will answer for everything. Even death is kinder than false hope. Say hello to our new penal force. Don't bother giving them armor. They won't be needing it. If any of them live through this, I think we can call that the Emperor's blessing and pardon them of the misstep. That's assuming they live through this, of course. Is there a melt-a-charge down here? I know someone's talking over the loudspeaker, but I cannot really understand what it is. Hear my vow. Character cannot heal or be healed with any medical consumables. All characteristics are increased by 5. Rogue Trader has made a vow to the Emperor that he will not stop to tend to his wounds until the ship is purged of heresy. The Protector of mankind grant his servant the strength to prevail. My character never heals anyways, so... Honestly, if I could keep that forever, I would.
Every enforcer or officer you see is your enemy! To you now, subject of the dynasty, the common people, fight in the name of...
Everybody on the elevator. Shop smells of burnt meat and scorched hair. Counter mercifully hides the source of the odor. Shopkeeper tried to rescue his wares. Scraps of brain matter and caked blood on the counter tell of the tragic conclusion to his efforts.
Have captured the bridge and are feeding you lies. The Lord Captain is not with them. They are not human. Do not let them fool you.
Get back here, Lordship. The wretches have taken... Oh, Jesus. They call us fanatics. Bella, clear this for us. Ah, hey, a heavy rock saw. Be interesting to play this again, trying to use more unconventional weaponry. What do we have here? Standard bolter. I don't need a regular, like, unpatterned one.
Have made an attempt on the road trader's life. Thankfully, the Lord Captain is safe on the bridge. But be warned, an imposter is operating aboard the ship.
Lordship is alive. Here, we're holding on. Glory of the House One Valancius. Oh, fuck me. If any of you have grenades, I recommend you use them immediately. Route Control Console stares dispassionately at the carnage unfolding on the tracks. Sounds of an approaching train ring in the distance. Single command, you could divert the train and send it straight into the thick of the battle, ending the lives of both the Xeno spawn and your subjects. The snarling voice of one of the defenders sounds familiar. Captain Klein, one of the enforcers who assisted in the Master of Arms investigation of the officer's deck. Then he's more valuable than any hits I might take saving him. Console silently observes your heroism, its lumens blinking with indifference. If we were playing on a harder difficulty, I'd consider doing that. Actually, considering I have a sniper rifle, maybe from up here is good enough to start shooting them.
It falls to you now, the only true subjects of the dynasty, the common people. Fight in the name of House Horn Valancius.
Okay, I don't think Ulfar can go down that ladder. He's gonna have to go the long way. You can see really damn far.
Do not believe the traitor's books, Cast. The mutineers
The
have
fuck are you
captured the bridge
saying?
and are feeding you lies.
That's pissed me off. No line of sight from here. That pisses me off.
Let them fool you. Shoot to kill.
Like, that's not even excusable. Like, look at that. You can't see over this that she's taller than.
By the enforcers have made an attempt on the road trader's life. Thankfully, the Lord
Backline.
Captain is safe on the bridge. But be warned, an imposter
Make this the rear. Argenta should be able to move to it.
protect the true Lord Captain and eliminate the pretender along with all the traitors.
Inquisitor's decree.
Lord Captain, we believe that you are alive and we need you. Wherever you are, we urge you not to trust anyone. There are traitors everywhere. You, we are all still loyal to you.
Mastery.
You see it? It falls to you now.
every bullet fired is just a little more damage for the next bullet.
High momentum.
Abominable King. I'll get started on it.
Believe the traitor's books cards. The mutineers have and are feeding you lies. The Lord Captain is not with them. They are not
I can't
human.
stand it!
Do not let them fool you. Shoot.
Are you gonna... I mean, you're gonna try. I'll...
Quick! What a rush! Emperor, protect me! That's
You
gotta
guys are
hurt.
not doing a lot there. Yep. Lumbering forward, this...
The senior officers,
God, he's big.
aided by the enforcers, have made an attempt.
Halt, ambush. Endure. Reckless strike, rumbling relief. Fucking ow. Just melted that guy. Heavy blows. Ow.
Protect the true Lord Captain and eliminate the pretender along with all the traitors.
Remember when you had a ton of health, Abominable King? Me neither. Oh yeah, one of those gets a free turn when he loses enough health. That's a really stupid idea, and I can't get behind it. Just gets to kill the guy I was trying to protect for free. Get parried, idiot. Okay, less parried.
Traitors everywhere. But enforcers and officers are still loyal to you. We are all still loyal.
Got him.
Free enforcer or officer, you see, is your
Okay, the big guy's dead. Ah. Oh, that one fucking hurts. Yeah, it makes me question doing what I did. Yeah, they're all just gonna die instantly anyway, because these things are so overtuned.
I'll do what it takes.
Wolfar just...
Do not believe the traitor's books cards. The mutineers have captured the bridge and are feeding you lies. The Lord Captain is not with them. They are not human. Do not let them fool you. Shoot to kill.
Okay. Wolfar, get to work.
The senior officers, aided by the enforcers, have made an attempt on the road trader's life. Thankfully, the Lord Captain is safe on the bridge. But be warned, an imposter is operating aboard the ship. Protect the true Lord Captain and eliminate the pretender along with all the
Thank you.
traitors.
Yeah, Wolfar just doesn't have enough movement to get all the way there.
This way!
Something that size dodge a bullet.
Lord Captain, we believe that you are alive and we need you wherever you are. We urge you not to trust anyone. There are traitors.
Yeah, that's
Enforcers and officers
cool.
are still loyal to you. We are all still loyal to you.
Alright, Cabela, get to work on this thing. These guys are really going at it.
Only true subjects of the dynasty, the common people, fight in the name of House Horn Valancius!
Alright. That thing is slightly on fire, Pascal. Make it more than slight for me.
Do not believe the traitor's books, Cons. Engineers have captured the bridge and are feeding you lies. Captain
That
is
helped.
not with them. They are not human. Do not let them fool you.
Banish your machine spirit.
Kill.
Was there one in there? Probably. Push. Immune to being pushed. Good to know.
The true believers will inherit all. Guide my hand.
Alright. Can I hit stuff from here?
The senior officers, aided
Some of it.
by the enforcers, have made
But
an attempt on
this
the
game's
road traders'
opinion on what a
lives.
sightline is still
The Lord Captain is safe on
off.
the bridge.
Apparently I can see better from here than I can from up there. That tracks.
The ship. Protect the true Lord Captain and eliminate the pretender along with all the
Alright, let's work on this guy, I guess. Should be able to pick apart some of him. In the perfect spot. Should be able to do a bunch of damage if I do this right.
You are alive, and we need you wherever you are.
Okay, Miss Prey.
Not to trust anyone. There are traitors.
Mark this guy as prey too, why not?
But enforcers and officers are still loyal to you. We are all still
There for the culling.
loyal to you.
I have a plan. I have no idea how much that dealt. Quite a bit. Good.
Every enforcer or officer you see is your enemy!
Alright, let's give Ulfar a chance.
Only true subjects of the dynasty, the common people, fight in the name of House Horn Valancius!
The thing is, increasing his toughness also increases Ulfar's strength. So... get on out there, big guy.
Do not believe the traitor's books, Carl.
Not that you can do that much still.
Capture the bridge and are feeding you lies. The Lord Captain is not with them. They are not human. Do not let them fool you. Shoot to
There you go, you can get right there. Yeah. And kick the Xenos. And shoot the Xenos.
The senior
Emperor,
officers,
protect me.
aided by the enforcers,
Yeah,
have made an attempt
yeah, you
on
guys
the
are trying.
road traders' lives.
Let no one tell you. You know what? That actually did decent.
The Lord Captain is safe on the bridge, but be warned, an imposter is
Yelled him.
protect the true Lord Captain and
We use either heroic act or desperate measure this combat. Yeah, but she can do both of these. Or she already done it. That it makes sense, actually. Rush here. Yakum.
Lord Captain, we believe that you are alive and we need you wherever you are. We urge you not to trust anyone. There are traitors,
Gunned.
but enforcers and officers are still loyal to you. We are all still loyal to you.
Get here. Set up a wildfire. Make it a rapid one. And goodbye. Look at that damage. That was only a few of her bullets. All that's left are their snipers who, yeah, these guys still aren't doing much to them, but, you know, credit for the attempt. He is shockingly mobile. Sometimes. What enemies are left? Oh, you, right.
Low momentum.
Got him. Just low momentum. Shoot. For the Emperor and the Rogue Trader! No, we got him, guys. Or, oh, you guys going even deeper in? Yeah, go for it. Save Captain Klein on the freight line. Trolley problem. I guess that kind of was a trolley problem, wasn't it? Wretched scum. Fought worse than you or Dark Otis. Look of disgust. The Enforcer in the protective mask grinds his boot into a lump of mutant flesh. Don't get your boots dirty unnecessarily, man. It's dead. The sound of his voice, you recognize him as Captain Klein, the man who performed the autopsy on the mutant during the investigation. Thank your lordship for the timely assistance. Thought it was my fate to go down an aberration's gullet. Like poor Ginevri, the Emperor had other plans for me. How'd you end up in this compartment, soldier? Mr. Sabak sent my squad and me to the freight line to take charge of the situation. Heard you'd been spotted here. Want us to lend your support. Good job, thank you. It helps that, Argenta is ridiculously overpowered, and I've built Ulfar in such a way that he's pretty good at dealing with a bunch of smallish, mid-range enemies, too. But Argenta it is stupid what you can do with her if you give her a heavy bolter. Ginevri's dead? Sacrificed herself, covering our Sally from the upper decks. She wanted to tell me something before it happened, something important. Could see in her eyes. She didn't get the chance. Now I'll never know. Klein clenches his teeth and winces in pain. Give me a situation report, soldier. Enforcer post has been lost and is swarming with mutants. Alas, the only way is the upper decks lie either through the post or through the transport tunnels. There are enemies there as well. The mutineers managed to take over the post. By treason. Captain Frenzo ordered the enforcers to leave the outpost, led them to a tunnel under the pretext of suppressing a mutiny. As soon as they reached it, however, began spreading propaganda in an effort to stir up irreverence among the soldiers. Urged them to join the mutiny and eliminate the senior officers. I arrived just in time to execute the traitor Frenzo, reclaim control. Ordered the squad to return to the post and take up a defensive position. It was already overrun by mutants entering through the elevator shaft. Lured us out and then seized our fortifications. What kind of propaganda was Frenzo spreading? Claimed the enforcers being pressured into oppressing their fellow crewmen for the benefit of their greedy superiors. He called for a change of order, including reprisals and penance for anyone who had participated in the crimes of the ship's rotten hierarchy. Klein pulls his respirator aside and spits morosely. As far as I know, Frenzo, those speeches of his were completely out of character. I agree, Lord Captain. Found a bite mark on his body. One that we've seen before. Expect he was compromised against as well. May the Emperor have mercy on whatever bits of his soul were left over. We'll take back the post. Emperor, protect you, Lord Captain. Cover the rear if the enemy comes out of the tunnels. Be careful, the mutants have mined the guard post. There's something they don't know. Klein squints nastily and hands you a small copper rod with a connector. Oh? This is Frenzo's data key that activates the Eclipse protocol. Train control node is vulnerable. If something were to anger or confuse the machine spirits, it could easily lead to a catastrophic accident. Train load of crashing shells, for instance, or worse. That's why there are tech priest creations embedded in the walls, potent enough to rip the power out of any device. Tiny object contains a spark of unadulterated rage, primed at any moment to expel the power from all devices in the Enforcer's post, reducing them to a pile of lifeless metal. Insert the data key into the cogitator by the entrance. The post will be hit with a devastating pulse that's lethal to machine spirits. Burn out the detonators and turn mines into harmless chunks of Visaline stuffed iron. Oh. Is that kind of my reward for doing the fight the hard way? Alright, level ups. This is not a great level up for me. Combat rarely lasts long enough for my character to reload. And I usually crit. Perception bonus divided by 3% bonus to armor pen. Armor pen would just be nice on all of them, but let me look at everything. Nah, I think that is my best pick here. Among this other stuff, a lot of it doesn't help me. Yeah, bonus to dodge wouldn't be terrible. Yeah. Nimble dodge. This isn't terrible. But it wouldn't do a ton. Da-da-da. Melee attack, nah. Nah. Broad expertise would not be that useful. Reducing dodge is not a bad idea on that. For a burst attack. Just an 8% dodge reduction isn't terrible. Usually if she bursts something, it dies, though, so... this could be good. Reducing the cost of wildfire. Making it go from reducing for every 4 stacks to every 3. That's pretty good. Na-na-na. Yeah, honestly, that's just the best option here. Da-da-da-da-da. I don't think bolters also count as solid projectile weapons. I think just nimble for... he's not getting attacked much, but then again, neither am I. Like, a lot of this just wouldn't do a lot for her anyway. Or health, I think. Yeah, this gave her like 20 extra hit points. Blood Haze. That's just good on her. Because she's only doing the melee ones, so that should give her a very nice bonus to her dodge, which make her very durable. I think that's some blood. You can actually get some use out of that. extra armor if they're under one of her things. Yeah, I think just adding armor to her thing. She has ways to fight veil degradation. This other stuff, give her more movement. You could do with it. Pesky, baby! Let me say. This is actually okay, because he has a way to push really easily. He hasn't picked up swift movements yet, so... this is good on anyone, frankly. Da-da-da. Just flash fire for him as well. He does have swift movements. He actually does get shot at quite a bit, but his dodge is just okay. I guess a little bit more dodge. Actually, he has 105% dodge. So, yeah, bringing that from 95 to 105, actually probably pretty good. His 85% armor also. He is absurdly durable, and his stats... once you put the effort into him, his stats get really high. He's a bit awkward to use still, but I think he's worth it. Weber, don't need it.
He is your enemy! It falls to you now, the only true subjects of the dynasty, the common people! Fight in the name of House!
Xenos just kind of seem to explode. Can't get their hammers. Granted, they were probably just a chunk of concrete tied to a bunch of rebar, but still would have been funny. Olvar could probably one-hand those things. Unarmed workers tried unsuccessfully to shield themselves in the level from bullets. No traces of mutation on their bodies, just bullet holes and enforcer boot prints. Be more discerning. You kill a non-mutant just because you're too stupid to tell the difference. You're next on the chopping block, understand? Where am I going?
The senior officers, aided by the enforcers, have made an attempt on the rogue trader's life. Thankfully, the Lord Captain is safe on the bridge.
People who tried to escape the fire by diving into toxic waters were mercilessly gunned down.
Is operating aboard the
Yeah,
ship.
not really the solution.
Protect the true Lord Captain and eliminate the Pretender along with all the traitors.
He's just shooting at something. They gave him a gun and said go crazy, and he did. Now, this is where I came from.
Captain, we believe that you are alive and we need you. Wherever you are, we urge you not to trust anyone. There are traitors everywhere. But enforcers and officers are still
The only people I trust are the people actively shooting at the aliens.
loyal to you.
You're doing that, and you're on my side. I'm positive of it. Or all the people with me right now. Where do I go, though?
Every enforcer or officer you see is your enemy. It falls to you now. The only true
Yes, this way? Yeah, this is new.
the common people. Fight in the name of House Paul Valancius.
Ooh! The fuck did that happen? Alright, the mines. That's... if you didn't save them, that's how you'd know mines are ahead.
The mutineers have captured the bridge and are feeding
Bella?
lies.
Gonna need your, nimble fingers.
They are not human. Do not let them fool you. Shoot to kill.
Use the cogitator. Let me see. Its screen flickering, the cogitator dutifully keeps watch at the entrance of the post. Slot matching the rod given to you by Captain Klein. Fire it, lose it, activate the Eclipse Protocol. The cogitator accepts the rod and draws it in. Vidscreen flashes a torrent of lingua technis, confirming the protocol's activation. You hear a growing hum from beneath the door. Then, amid the crescendo of noise, Vidscreen suddenly turns black and singes you with a burst of spark.
Aboard the ship. Protect the true Lord Captain and eliminate the Pretender along
Yeah, that's a
with
fuckload of mines.
the traitors.
Really is too bad mines can apparently discern friend from foe somehow. That makes a ton of sense, doesn't it? The woman before you radiates an alien beauty. Bony crest on her forehead, the violent tint of her skin, and the graceful, clawed fingers give away her Xenos heritage. Her robes resemble those of the old mutant you put to death in the family crypt. Posture is regal, powerful. Sapphire light oozes from beneath the half-lowered eyelids. A haughty smirk stretches her lips.
And officers are still
Biting whispers burst through your head, digging into your mind and probing your thoughts, tasting them. The woman does not move her lips, but you hear a voice speak. You fight in vain, genetic remnant. We have already won. The Sire's song echoes in the dreams of those who are pure. The rest are destined for oblivion. The Sire's sorrowful phalanx has extended, and soon the others will follow. Whatever you plan to attempt, it matters no more.
It falls to you now, the only true subject of the dynasty.
The whispers sink their fangs into your most painful memory as into an exposed nerve. Knocks the air out of your lungs and you remember the pain that you have tried so desperately to forget. Lived through torture sometime in your distant past, correct? Your body is broken and flawed, and your mind is bleeding. You should have given up long ago, fading one. Accept your death and let go of your torment. Urge. A woman gracefully raises her hand and points a sharp claw at you. Children of the Reaping, kill the heretics. Glory to the Sire. The only type of heresy is the kind that specifically is against the God Emperor. How the hell does that count as an ambush? I literally knew they were there. They got some funny definitions of ambush in here.
Aided by the enforcers, have made an attempt on the road trader's life. Thankfully, the Lord Captain is safe on the bridge. But be warned, an imposter is operating aboard the ship. Protect the true Lord Captain and eliminate the pretender along with all the traitors.
Inquisitor's decree. Argenta, bring it down.
Armamento.
Lord Captain, we believe that you are alive and we need you wherever you are. We urge you not to trust anyone. There are traitors everywhere. But enforcers and officers are still loyal to you. We are all
Go right about here-ish. Got his ass. Yeah, I'm thinking... Pick apart that harvester, she's called.
Every enforcer or officer you see is your enemy! It falls to you now, the only true sovereign of the dynasty, the common people! In the name of House Horn Valancius!
How much health can one thing have? I suppose around this much. Now burn to death on your next turn. Or just ignore taking fire damage for no genuine fucking reason. That's also an option in this game. It's literally your turn and you're supposed to take dot damage and then you just don't. And there's not really an explanation for why that keeps happening. Hey, Courting Nat.
The senior officers, aided by the enforcers...
I have a gun, and enemies simply choose not to take, dot damage if it would kill them. And I don't think that's supposed to be a mechanic.
An imposter is operating aboard the ship. Protect the true Lord Captain and eliminate
Probably
the
take down,
along with all
that.
the traitors.
I have a plan. Got him.
Lord Captain, we believe that you
Urfa.
are alive and we need you wherever you are. We urge you not to trust anyone. There are traitors everywhere. But enforcers and officers are still loyal to you. We are all still...
Go for the throat.
Every enforcer or officer you see is your enemy! It falls to you now, the only true subject
Acolyte
of
hybrid
the
cutter.
dynasty.
Son of a bitch.
Fight in the name
Okay, now I'm getting mad.
Lancius.
You mean target is invalid? It's right there. Shoot it. That's a bit better. Mental Tyrant. Yeah, he didn't actually plan out what to do after going there, so he just kind of...
Do not believe the traitor's books, casts. The mutineers have captured the bridge and are feeding you lies. The Lord Captain is not with them. They are not human.
Yuck. Steady superiority.
The senior officers aid
When you just fire that many bullets, some of them are gonna fucking hit.
the Lord Captain is safe on the bridge.
Run and gun, Argenta.
Be warned. An imposter is operating aboard the ship. Protect the true Lord Captain and the agenda along with all the traitors.
High momentum.
Eddie!
Only the faithful
He just-
will ascend.
Okay, he didn't think that through all the way. Oh, great. I've been netted.
Lord Captain, we believe that you are alive and we need you.
Dance on this guy's...
wherever you are.
with your blades on this guy.
But enforcers and officers are still loyal to you. We are all still loyal to you.
Now, Reckless Rush. Still not enough movement to get where you want to go.
Every enforcer or officer you see is
Scout.
your enemy. It falls to you now, the only true subjects of the dynasty, the common people. Fight!
Oh, hang on.
in the name of House
We'll carve this thing open. For the Emperor and Sanguinius. Actually, don't have any particular connection to Sanguinius, but you know what? For him too, why not? Fabulous Hawk Boy. He deserves a shout-out once in a while. Hello, by the way, I'll just call you Diamond. That seems the shortest way to call you what you seem to go by.
Do not believe the traitor's books, cast. You have captured the bridge.
Oh, thank you for following. Yeah. Okay. Some of those actually managed to hurt a little. Didn't hurt. I think he shot his own teammate more than he managed to shoot me.
Guides me. We bring deliverance.
The true believers will inherit all.
Yeah. Ow. Okay, Cassia. Who shall be the target of your command this turn? How about Ulfar? He's next to some scary stuff.
Lord Captain is safe on the bridge, but be warned. An imposter is operating aboard the ship. Protect the true Lord Captain and eliminate the pretender along
Too far for reveal the light, huh? Put it on Pascal. He might need the durability soon.
You are alive.
That worked.
You
Now, kick the tyrant.
We urge you not to trust anyone. There are traitors
unavailable.
everywhere. But enforcers and officers
Move slightly.
are still loyal to you. We are all still loyal to you.
Tell you what, Ulfar, it's your finest hour now.
Every enforcer or officer you see is your enemy! It falls to you now, the only true subjects of the dynasty.
Yeah, nice try.
Fight in the name of House Horn.
Well, some of them hit.
High momentum.
Traitors' boxcars. The mutineers have captured the bridge and are feeding you lies. The Lord Captain is not with them. They are not human. Do not let them fool you. Shoot to kill.
Nice one, Ulfar. Now we kick. Ulfar kind of just zoomed around the battlefield there. Who's left? That guy over there? Alright, reload your pistol and just... Okay, you know what? Wildfire. Just try to shoot him. Ah, just out of range. Ah, well. Get him from here? Not from here. If I go here as my new perfect spot, he only got 72 hit points. I should pretty easily be able to take him out with decent powered shot so long as it hits. Got him! Yeah, the name of this quest is Void Shadows. Lets me, kinda makes me think the Void Shadows expansion is ending here. Yeah, I got the thing for this. Improved Weber. Actually does some amount of damage.
Enforcers and officers are still loyal to you. We are
Alright, let's
still
loot all the bodies. It's on my ship, that means I own it, probably. Always sad when the guest name is a title drop. Quest name is a title drop. Yeah, a little. But I don't think this is quite the... because I still got Cabela on the team. She's not going anywhere. Alright, let's get the Vox station. The Vox machine belches out a shower of sparks and wheezes in agony. Although crippled by the pulse that kills machine spirits, continues to extract the ghosts of other people's voices from the ether. All who remain loyal to the dynasty, this is the Lord Captain speaking. I am still alive and continuing the fight against the mutineers. Vigdis's voice cuts through the barrage of white noise. Lord Captain, God Empire be praised. Describe the situation on board to me. Mistress Saulbach and the enforcers are defending the officer's deck. I am also here, coordinating the loyalist forces. Key compartments are holding. We have not been able to turn the tide of battle just yet. The bridge has been overrun by the enemy. The Master Helmsman's fate is unknown. Why has the bridge not been taken back yet? Judging by the density of the defenses, it is where the rebel leader is holed up. Mr. Saulbach has launched 3 assaults so far without success. We are taking control of the elevator shaft to launch another attack. The platform has been destroyed and the emergency elevator can only accommodate a small force.
By the enforcers have made an attempt on the road trader's life. Thankfully,
Yeah, then I shall have to do everything myself yet again. Get your bucket down here, I'm waiting. Understood. May the God Emperor protect you, Lord Captain.
protect the true Lord Captain and eliminate the Pretender.
Like, once again, I gotta do this shit myself. Not being in charge meant the opposite of that. I know, anytime there's a problem, bar once in a while when it's weird logistical shit, I've gotta go down there and kill everything. It's fine, that's what my retinue's for. That's why there's a goddamn Astartes with me. An exact copy of you sits on the throne. A sinister double, crawled into this reality from beyond the looking glass. His gaze meets yours. The world expands sharply, crushing you with an overwhelming sense of your own insignificance. From somewhere far away, across millions of light years, a god is looking at you through those eyes. He sees you, and he is hungry. Insatiably. Unquenchably so. Something starts scratching at the walls of your mind, making you ill. You hear stifled groans behind you. Even standing near this entity is torturous for anyone who possesses psychic powers. You're snapped out of your stupor by Ravor's harsh bellow. Master Helmsman's eyes are empty, his pale lips curling in fury. Not one step closer, void scum. Earl Argenta with a heavy flamer is unstoppable. With a heavy bolter, it's absurd. Let me show you what she can do with a heavy bolter if you haven't seen it already. Well, one step close, further, void scum. Sends you to death for endangering the Lord Captain. Bravor, you saw me fall to the lower decks in that elevator with your own eyes. Grok shit. Lord Captain never left the bridge. We stopped the elevator to keep the mutineers out. Just wound him. Just bonk. Bravor tries to catch you in his sights, but falls to the deck before he can steady his hand. Man, Abelard is amazing too. I have seen the absurd nonsense that Abelard can withstand as a tank, but my playstyle is bursting everything down with Arch Militants, and it's working for me. So, Arch Militant Urfar is pretty dang tanky himself. He has over 300 health and power armor. There's bloody foam bubbling from his mouth. Oh, the Lord Captain's in danger, must protect. Stops, his chest rising and falling heavily. He's badly wounded, but he'll live if he receives help soon. Your doppelganger remains seated and motionless on the throne. His posture betrays the tension of a predator ready to pounce. He catches your gaze. The vessel of your soul overflows with a cascade of images and feelings. You hear a song. A chorus of countless whispers that weave a tantalizing melody. You feel a unity with something great and beautiful. It is bigger than you. Bigger than this ship and everyone in it. 5% chance of success not trying it. Ulfar's pretty crazy good this patch. Yeah, I hear, like, on release, he was just awful. Like, his stats were all really low, and he genuinely couldn't do anything well. But they just straight up increased his base stats at one point, and now I think he works. Get off my throne. Jesus. Rumbling growl shudders through every nerve ending in your body. The roar of a beast defending its territory. The throne is no longer yours. It was never yours in the first place. I'll end you, Xenos. The bridge shudders as a crushing roar billows across it. UI needs a little love. I think the UI's fine. Most of it. Behind the facade of that leering face, you glimpse the monstrous shadow. The shadow in the void, I get it, that wants only to devour you. Oh dear. Oh dear. Needs a Q upgrade feature like Ixion. I'm not familiar. But queuing upgrades, I guess for level ups, could be useful. I'll be over here, hopefully not getting slaughtered like some of you will. Argenta, get even closer. Alright, what is this thing? A load of health, tons of armor and dodge, 2 deflection, natural armor. Armor depends on the amount of its wounds. Course. Gen Thieves? No, I know what it literally is. That's the whole thing. It's just this thing specifically is... I'm trying to figure out what its abilities are. Critical chance is increased by twice its agility bonus. Each critical hit inflicts a terrified effect on the target for 3 rounds. I have Oblivion. Every enemy the Navigator has in their line of sight... Oh yeah, that's something I'm doing to it. Mind control. Target... minus 40 penalty. Forced to fight against its allies for 2 rounds. Can only be used against a target suffering the terrified effect. At least there's that. Scores a crit. Reduce the target's armor by its perception bonus for a round. Stacks. As long as it's alive, all of his allies have frenzied devotion effect. Wounds drop below 66 and 33%. Summons reinforcements and gains immunity to all damage for a round. That's stupid. I can't stand that games insist on doing that. We don't want them... Like, if I find a way to burst the enemy down faster than they can do their stuff, you should reward me for being that good at your game, not punish me by making the fight harder. Like, I understand you want the player to see the full fight, but at the same time, if they got through it without needing to see the full fight, then... I don't know, let them. I'm a big fan of letting players play how they want to play. Forgot to put Cassia under some level of defenses. It'll be fine. That will be the front line. This will be the back line, make her more defensible. That thing right there might pose a problem, but you know. There should be a DLC just for Space Marine of your choice. I mean, they've already got a Space Marine in.
Do not believe the traitor's books, Cubs. The mutineers capture the bridge and are bringing you lies. The Lord Captain is not with them. They are not human. Do not let them fool you. Shoot.
Reveal the light.
Kill.
Inquisitor's Decree. Argenta, bring it down.
High momentum.
Not the main character? I feel like it just doesn't work if the main character's in Astartes is the problem. Like, logistically, think about it. How can the story function if you're in Astartes? There's Inquisitor's Dark Heresy hype? Yeah, I'm surprised how soon they announced that, though. They're not done making DLC for this game, and they announced another one?
Captain, we believe that you are alive, and wherever you are, we urge you not to trust. There are traitors everywhere, but important officers are still loyal to you.
Like Dark Heresy? Yeah, your reinforcements are showing up. There's a couple of those. And that thing. Okay. Yeah, they never had any intention of making this doable, did they? Now he's immune for the next round, so... That did almost nothing. This is what a heavy bolter can do, by the way. Alcat is making 3 games? What's the other one? I hadn't heard about a third one, I'll admit. I was already a fan of Alcat before this, because I liked their Pathfinder games a lot.
They are not human. Do not let them to kill.
High momentum.
Steady superiority. Okay, that wasn't as great. Yeah. Gotta love the heavy bolter? I do. It makes Argento, frankly, stupid. Like, that is outright absurd what I've done there. Pascal's getting hit more, and he's not even the target of those attacks. Okay, this might be a bit of a problem back here. You are my prey.
Lord Captain, we believe that you are alive and we need you wherever you are. We urge you not
I have a plan.
to anyone. There are traitors everywhere.
Eat this.
And officers are still
Yeah, that did okay. What comes next will probably hurt. I do have a lot of dodge, but... Okay, he's going towards Cassia first. He's enduring first. Owie. This, I'm thinking this fight is still showing off the one thing I can't stand about Owlcat's games. They will tune the ever-loving shit out of fights to give the enemies as much stats as they can fit. And it's rarely fun when they do. This is one of the less overtuned games they've made, though. But it's still a bit much, I think.
Do not believe the traitors' foxcast. The mutineers have captured a bridge and
All in the name of making the game challenging, and it doesn't.
them.
It just makes the enemies really durable, and if anything, it makes it so that I have to, like, kind of break the game to enjoy it sometimes.
High momentum. Low momentum.
The senior aided by the enforcers, have made an attempt on the traitor's life. Thankfully, the Lord Captain is safe on the bridge. But be warned, an imposter is operating aboard the ship.
Well, it makes no sense whatsoever. Yeah, it's like...
All the traitors.
It will actually be really... The worst one I've seen was in Kingmaker. There was the island with the wisps. Where there's just this island with invisible wisps all across it. God damn. God damn, I think I'm a little fucked. The island with invisible wisps that can cast lightning bolt. And so, like... Basically every single... They'll each be their own encounter. Every single encounter will start with, like, 3 or 4 of them casting a lightning bolt on you in a surprise round. And there's genuinely nothing you can do about it unless you had, like, see invisible on one of your characters beforehand. Pascal, can you give me a hand, please?
To you now, the only true subjects of the
Alright, admittedly, that's not quite what I meant, Pascal, but I imagine this is probably the last fight here. So, I just said that as if it wasn't me in real life who did that to me. Okay, his mind control didn't work on Ulfar. That or it did work and he attacked Ulfar anyway. I think the thing is still immune to damage.
senior officers, forces have made an attempt on the road trader's life. Thankfully, the Lord Captain is safe.
Did that count as its whole round? I'm honestly not sure.
An imposter is
Ulfar's too dumb. No, I think he forgot to apply Terrified to him first.
and eliminate the pretender along with all the traitors.
Target is under the effect. What effect? Under the effect what?
Captain, we believe that you are
Willpower is
alive.
reduced. He's terrified. Wait, is Ulfar under it? And he attacked him anyway because he's stupid?
Traitors everywhere. But enforcers and officers are still loyal to you. We are all still loyal.
That doesn't explain why he's not allowed to take his action, though. Alright, fine. Pascal, take the bonus.
Every enforcer or officer you see is your enemy! It falls to you now, the only true subject.
Thank you, Argenta. You know what would be terrifying, Cruz? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Cruz? Pascal got winged a few times. A bunch of times. Almost dead. Why are you taking a turn?
Not with them. They are not human. Do not let them shoot.
Just clean up some of the trash. Reload. Pascal's probably gonna go down, but that won't affect much, frankly.
By the enforcers have made an attempt on the road trader's
Job. Nice one, Kibby.
on the bridge. But be warned, an imposter is already aboard the ship.
Conrad Cruz. Conrad Kurz. Ah, yes.
Pretender along with all the traitors.
I don't think this thing's under the effect of being immune to stuff, but I'm also scared to check.
Lord Captain, we believe that you are alive and we need you. Wherever you are, we urge you not to trust anyone. There are traitors everywhere. But enforcers and officers are still loyal to you. We are all still loyal to you.
Oh yeah, I didn't see you. Missed him. Okay. Pascal luckily doesn't take damage from Toxin. But, for your parting shot, how about you apply some effects to that thing?
Officer you see is your enemy! It falls to you now, the only true subjects of the
Actually, you have a very high chance to hit it with that. Just scared it's not gonna do anything.
in the name of House Valancius!
Nope, that did it. That sure hurt him. You'll be okay, Pascal. Ow. You'll be okay, Pascal. Ow. You'll be okay, Cassia, hopefully.
And are feeding you lies. The Lord Captain is not with them. They are not human. Do not let them fool you. Shoot.
Okay,
Kill.
Cabela.
High momentum.
The senior officers, aided by the enforcers, have made an attempt on the road trader's life. Thankfully, the Lord Captain is safe on the bridge. But be warned, an imposter is operating aboard the ship.
Alright, summon more allies, because it's, you know, really cool.
With all the traitors.
Never mind that, you know, I was in the middle of my turn in a fucking turn-based game. Let's just ignore the conventions of our setting to actively make the game less fun for us. Yeah, and then the enemy's just fucking immune to damage for the rest of the round.
Captain, we believe
The entire rest of the round, and there's no...
wherever you are,
There is genuinely no conceivable reason in the lore that would ever happen.
everywhere. But enforcers and officers are still loyal to you. We are all still loyal to you.
But, you know, do it anyway.
Every enforcer or officer you see is your enemy! It falls to you now.
At least I can have Cabela doing stuff.
Dynasty, the common people! Fight in the name of House Valancius!
She is so good. Yeah, she really is. Can't do it to yourself. Okay, do it to Argenta, who might need it in a minute.
Do not believe the traitor's books, Cuss. The
Burger?
mutineers
You got
and
yourself a
and
burger there.
lies. The Lord Captain is not with them. They are not human. Do not let them fool you.
Not spending anything on this turn. Just do that. Kick him. Too far. He's... Okay, I guess he is not quite right next to us. Killed him.
Your officers, aided by the enforcers, have made an attempt on the road trader's life. Thankfully, the Lord Captain
Wildfire.
is safe on the bridge. But be
Rapid fire.
warned, an imposter is
Try it with this many bullets. Yep, killed him anyway, because it's just so many bullets. Don't matter how low your, chance to hit is if you have enough bullets.
That you are alive and we need you wherever you are. To trust.
Yeah, I actually don't know if they can do enough damage to kill Ulfar.
But enforcers and officers are still loyal
Oh, hey, Cabela gets a turn again. What fun. Love Argenta so much. Yeah. If it weren't so lore-breaking, the Argenta romance... Actually, most people agree they don't give a shit. I don't understand why she goes around the long way that gets that happening to her. Damn. Didn't die. He will this time.
Subjects of the dynasty, the common people, fight in the name of...
Wanna marry her? We all wanna marry Argenta. That doesn't make you special. That makes you just like everyone else. Yeah, just kick him. There. Made him back away a little. It didn't do anything, but it felt good. Okay, he went straight for Ulfar again. I'm honestly not sure why. Mind controlled Cassia. It didn't work, so, Say, it's been enough turns. Argenta, do you want to take another extra turn again? Why would that be unavailable? Oh, because she's already under it. Course. Especially with her gun that doesn't have an ejection port. Yeah, that happens sometimes, doesn't it? Laser it with your mind. Alright, now, Argenta? How many times do you suppose you can shoot this thing at once? Enough times. Where are the other enemies? Oh, right, you're back there. Oh wait, you've been here the whole game, haven't the whole fight, haven't you? Poor little guy.
Wherever you are, we urge you not to trust anyone. There are traitors everywhere, but enforcers and officers are still loyal. We are all still loyal to you.
Completely forgot about you because you're a idiot. Oh hey, another turn. I wonder why that happened. So yeah, all our damage dealers, Cabela, Argenta, Ulfar, were completely fine, and Cassia really didn't get that much. First time playing this game? Yeah, it is. I've been playing since around January, when I started streaming it, but I only play it once a week, so... I may have been the first one to go down, but never doubt there are insane religious zealots working for me. And they will kill an entire army if I ask them to. I have never used one of these before. Ugh. Never doubt that the rogue trader has really dangerous friends. And they like me a lot. Cabela probably too much. I can say the same thing about me and Cabela. The reverse. I probably like her too much. The hulking carcass of the monster lies in front of you. The amber fire has left its baneful eyes, departed along with the last drops of foul blood oozing from its wounds. In the distance, the master helmsman slowly regains consciousness. He immediately recoils from the dead creature, swearing profanely. Lord Captain, I'm guilty as charged. It was not myself. I fell for the filthy Xenos' tricks like a green cabin boy. I'll make no excuses. I know the rules, and I request capital punishment. Melt-a-gun? Yeah, I have never used one. I'm from a Forge World, but I end up not really using my Forge World capabilities at all. Dry on my head and be done with it. Revor, what happened to you? Renegades stormed the bridge and then brought that thing in. Held our ground, but as soon as the monster looked at us, my mind went blank. It's like being a puppet. Damn no Xenos tricks. Alright, look. My navigator, who has, frankly, terrifying protections against such abilities, she didn't get affected by it. I choose a crime lord? Yes, I did. Because this was the image that I liked among the portraits, which is another small small problem Owlcat has with images. Although this game specifically doesn't have the issue of reusing portraits for NPCs, so you're bound to run into yourself if you pick the wrong portrait, which that was a real thing that pissed me off in both their Pathfinder games. The problem with this one instead is that, well, there's... Warhammer is so ungeneric, I can't, like, import outside portraits that still fit into the aesthetic. The only ones people have made are, like, AI slop that I don't want to touch. You chose Noble? Seems like you could do stuff with Noble. I picked not... I didn't, like, research this game before going into it. I discovered most of the broken stuff by myself. Like, getting Argenta a heavy bolter. I didn't know that would be... I didn't know Archmilitant was as busted as I did when I gave both Cabela and, Argenta it. I just did because it sounded like it was good, and then it turned out to be even better. And then, in the late game, it turned out to be even better. I picked Crime Lord because I was like, I'll play like a roguish character. And then you just have Pascal on your team, and there is never any reason for... There's never reason not to have Pascal, who will open every lock you find by himself easily. It's like, okay. That Xenos had tremendous psychic power. The old tub will have to put up with me a while longer. Appreciate your clemency, little captain. You played this game twice? I'm still on my first playthrough. I thought about... I had to... Especially early on, I resisted the urge to make another character for playing off-stream. Because I knew if I did that, it would kill a lot of my motivation to stream this game. And it would also make me aware of twists before they happened. I didn't enjoy Kamarog. It sucked. It was really annoying. It's also just our retread of what they did in, was that in Kingmaker, the Demon City? Or was that Wrath of the Righteous instead? It was a retread, and it wasn't great, and, like, the choice at the end, like, I don't like that they didn't let me choose for the correct reason. Like, the only reason I could give to not destroy it was to be Iconoclast. My reason was I would rather Xenos exist than Chaos be empowered, was the genuine reason that I wanted my character to have, but that's not a reason you can give. Feel the Wrath of the Righteous, alright. Bathwater, I know you've played this game. Dark Eldar World was really annoying. Yep, it's annoying. And I understand why they had to do this, but I still don't like it. I don't like that basically as soon as you get back from Kamarog, all your characters who were there with you, other than Ulfar, who is from there, are just instantly fixed of whatever, whatever problem they had there. He's like, oh, Cabela's just fine again. Yeah, Pascal's not bothered anymore. Yeah, they're fine. I get why they have to do that. It's because they have to make it so the characters aren't... They'd have to, like, re-change, like, all their dialogue if they want them to do that. Best gear or endgame stuff? Oh, sure. But I also think the alternative would have been better. They should have just had your entire retinue sent to Kamarog. They should have just set it up so you brought everyone onto the searching ship and everyone got taken. Why, you want a New Game Plus? I mean, the problem with New Game Plus is it's not hard to reach max level in this game, to my understanding. So you just stop growing, and I feel like the gameplay would be really stale. The Master-at-Arms stands at attention, ignoring the wounds and burns covering her face and body. Lord Captain, the vessel has been secured. Mutineers in all compartments have lost the will to fight all at once. Some have fainted while others have gone into shock or panic. Maybe they sense their despicable overlord was dead. met Captain Klein on the freight line. Showed great ingenuity and valor. Always count on veterans. Sent the old man with an award. Throne knows he's earned it and then some. Things can dominate anyone's mind. You sure there are no traitors among your people? Not anymore. Several Enforcer squads were compromised. Shut down the ventilation systems in their compartments and asphyxiated them. Once we're done here, enter with flamers, burn the bodies, do a personnel sweep. Anyone suspicious goes out the airlock. Heard about your contingency plan. Your foresight is commendable. Duty of the Master-at-Arms to anticipate any threat to the ship's safety. Even what is unusual as an uprising by genetic aberration supported by the highest-ranking officers. Where's the Infernus Master now? Traitor tried to finish me off. The entire traitorous bloodline should have been sealed in a tank of Physaline, thrown in the void and blown up a long time ago. I have reason to believe this is a recent change. Horson has mounted a defense at Bay 45F1. My people have his gang cornered. We'll get him soon enough. The upcoming DLC, it makes sense? Yeah, kinda. I am interested in that DLC, but I don't think I'll stream it just because of how long this game is and I want to play other games. I play it some in my own time. Servo Skull rattles to life and projects a hologram under the deck. A blurred replica of Heinrich Montag stares at you, blood oozing from a wound on his temple. One of his hands is bound with a tourniquet, and he's lighting a low stick with the other. A bridge, do you copy? I see you know you changed the exosomes. Celebrating your victory in Gath? I'm deciding where in the trophy room to hang the heads of the monsters I've vanquished. Arrogance never fails to amuse. I underestimated you as well as your retinue, those bloody zealots and that sadist Jocasta. Who would have expected such fierce resistance from a bunch of false believers? If you're curious, the reason I made Heinrich Australian is that I didn't have one. The Infernus Master appears serious, somber. Usual cheerful insolence has vanished from his face. Wanted you to see my face before I die. Commit it to memory. One day you'll realize what sacrilege you've committed, and in that moment you'll remember me. Remember you, Kraken spawn. You are a brazen one. Ulf. Ulfar bursts into laughter. It took me a little longer to switch out of that than usual. I was getting into that voice. I will compose a fine verse about this day, and the bloody battle and the victory over your abominable master. But you, spouter of lies and betrayer of humankind, there won't be a single line about you. I'm glad they gave Ulfar a bunch of dialogue for this section, because I feel like he doesn't have much in a lot of other places, and they wanted to fix that. Why do morons on Twitter keep saying Space Marines aren't human? They're... I don't know what's going on Twitter, but if I had to guess, they're making the argument that since technically their genes have been altered, then in some regards they're not quite human, but I'd say they're meta-human. Or post-human, actually, is probably a better word. Because they're kind of a midway point between normal humans and the Perpetuals. And some of them are a bit closer than others, like... It goes Space Marines, and then above them are, at least genetically speaking, would be the Custodes, and then above them would be the... Damn it, what are they called? Losing my mind. The, like, leaders of each Space Marine group. The Emperor's Sons. I can't remember what they're called. I'm gonna lose my mind. I feel stupid not remembering. Yeah, they're human, they're just genetically modified. Primarch. Thank you, Bathwater. I knew it was a word like that. Primarchs. Thank you. God, that was gonna drive me insane. Yes, the Primarchs are above them. I would say the Primarchs are... Well, I would put the Primarchs probably at the half-ish way point between a normal human and a proper Perpetual like the Emperor. How could I forget? No, I remember what they are. I remember everything about them. I just couldn't remember what word they were called, because it's a word, and I knew it was a word. It was like a proper noun word, and it... I don't know. I can't remember everything at all times.
Aided by the
Were you born a human or an aberration? I'm pure. Mother and father both trace their lineage back to the ones who received the gift of genetic perfection from the Sire himself. There have been a few more generations between us who would have resembled the Sire more closely, but each of us has their own calling. Look almost like a false believer. Eric lifts the welding goggles from his forehead, exposing the rudiments of a purple crest. It means I was destined to be a spy among you. Remember, Harder? I'm trying, Bathwater. Killing your sire, you feel that abomination die. Heinrich winces angrily. We all felt every single moment of the blessed angel's agony. And when he died, and our dream died with him, you snuffed it out and stomped on it like a low-stick butt. Now his song will not return to our dreams. The many-armed emperor will not see us. Don't worry. You'll be before the genuine article before you know it. I don't imagine he's got a lot of mercy left. Not after today. How'd that monster come to be on my ship, anyway? He's been there a long time. Longer than you or anyone else. His blessed feet crossed these decks centuries ago. Theodore's predecessor still called himself Lord Captain. He came from the stars of the many-armed Emperor dwells to bear his word. Then he faced a great massacre at the hands of the wicked. Yet the venerable sire kept his message safe and took refuge on this vessel, away from the persecution of heretics. And that false Lord Captain led our ancestors on board. The sire heard their plan and answered their pleas, blessing them with genetic purity. He protected us after that, joining our thoughts together into a single song. He was the true Lord Captain of this ship. Now that's over. You tell me what your plan was. You know when to stop, do you, Ingath? Why not tell you? We're close to our goal. Few more years, few more pure converts to the true faith. Spinners pulled that stunt with the bath, and you seized on that tip off right away. Came to the telepathic ritual. Came clear you weren't gonna leave us alone, and we'd have to start the harvest season early. Our old Magus appeared to you during the rite, led you on a false trail. Lulled you into a false sense of security by throwing a small portion of our forces to the wolves and sacrificing himself to buy time to prepare for the harvest. We orchestrated the elevator incident. You survived, and almost intercepted you there on the freight line. The blood-spun web interfered again. Could have been part of us, part of something great, something real. But you ruined everything. Everything. I'm a little disappointed Cabela has almost no dialogue during this part, even though this is her DLC. Is it because they were scared she might not be in your party during this? Why would I ever take her out for any reason? She's one of my 3 damage dealers. GW needs to work harder with the new 10th edition. I'm gonna level with you. Like, the proper rule set of Warhammer 40K, with, like, the miniatures, I know nothing about it. I have never touched it. It seems drastically expensive to get into, and people I've talked to who are into it say it is drastically expensive, and if you don't have people to play it with, don't bother. Unless you just like looking at the miniatures, in which case, do whatever, but... Well, I do like that kind of thing. Like, I have plenty of Gunpla behind me. 3D printer? I don't have a 3D printer either. Like, I've got Gunpla on my shelf. I'm not against model kits. But, I'm not huge on, like, painting and primers and stuff. No sense fighting anymore. What was my introduction to Warhammer 40K? That's a good question. What was it? I would say what got me interested in it. I was already vaguely aware of it before this. What got me into it was, Emperor Text-to-Speech, which I think is a wonderful series, and I'm so sad it's never gonna finish. But luckily, I'm also a Vampire the Masquerade fan, which means I can still enjoy the writing of the new series. So, you know, I didn't have to lose too much. I'd say that's what really got into me. My favorite faction overall is actually the Tyranids. I even have the Tyranid... There's a Space Hulk table talk back in 1993. Oh, wow. I wasn't even out and about yet. I think I... I've played a few of the video games. This one I've definitely spent the most time on, but that's only because it's the longest by far. Let me think. I guess I missed a lot. You know what, actually? I think what made me first aware of it was actually StarCraft. Because I heard, and I've since learned this is apparently an unconfirmed rumor, I had heard StarCraft was planned to just be a 40K game, but there was a thing with the license and they had to slightly reskin it. That's apparently never been actually confirmed, even though it really looks like a 40K game, like the first StarCraft does. StarCraft 2 differentiates enough that you can argue. In the first one, it's really close, and I feel like modern GW would not have let the first StarCraft come out. Lay down your weapons. And then what? You spare us? Of course not. Heinrich laughs hoarsely. Wouldn't believe you if you said otherwise. First game I was playing is Death Company playing against the Space Wolves. The Space Wolves are... they're a very interesting, Space Marine chapter. I actually didn't know too much about them until playing this game, actually. Ulfar gave me a lot more info on them than I'd ever had before. But now, they're probably one of my favorites of the groups, just because of how unique they are among the Marines. I also like the Salamanders, just because they're generally kind to citizens. It's hard to dislike the Salamanders in general. But I'd say the Space Wolves are definitely the most interesting of the Loyalist factions. I am also actually quite interested in... don't think I'm not into tabletop gaming at all. I love, like, tabletop RPGs. I'd love to play the Rogue Trader, or hell, I wouldn't be opposed to the Dark Heresy tabletop, but the Rogue Trader seems a bit more my speed, because it's a bit more open in terms of what characters you can make. We went until the guy started doing some BS. Here's some kind of BS. Oh, I know I'm a dead man walking. There are unarmed people here with me. Our families who have neither desire nor the ability to fight. Our children. Our elderly. People like my sister and niece. You want their blood on your hands as well? You take revenge on them too, or is my life enough? If I let you go, you'll only start scheming, killing, and infecting people again. Now we'll merely fade away. Sire's dead and his pure blood offspring have been butchered. They alone, our pristine kin, could bestow the kiss that allowed his song to be heard. The orphans and widows are no threat to anyone. Drop them off in any remote wilderness. No. I don't... I'm sorry, Heinrich, but I don't know if that's true. Because I don't know if that's true, I can't risk that. Your people will die with you. In that case, die together as a family. At the very least, men, don't make it hurt more than it needs to. No reason for sadism. What will you recall a closet with weapons on it? I asked him what was, he said, it's a dreadnought. To be fair, isn't that essentially what a dreadnought is? A walking closet covered in weapons? You hear shouting and gunfire in the background. Heinrich hastily finishes his final low stick. Jocasta's mongrels have begun their attack. It's time to say goodbye, Ngath. Pity I couldn't share the blessing of purity with you and make us part of your family. Make you part of our family. Pity too. We couldn't kill you either. We almost played the cards we're dealt. Now we take our leave the way the true masters of fire should. The finger of truth has thee, sorrowful phalanges. One is shattered, but... The Infernus Master smiles widely, pulls a remote control from his pocket and pushes a button. The sharp beeping of detonators, a monstrous roar, and the projection disappears. For a while, the sound of flames crackles from the speaker before abruptly cutting off. Starback mutters something in the combi, then hisses angrily. Thermal charges. Lord Rat blew up the compartment along with himself and the entire assault team. Good riddance. Let him burn. Let him burn. What it looked like when first saw it. Maybe because you were angry. Yeah, I don't know the Space Hulk rule set, but I do know enough about the lore to know a dreadnought is not something you fight unless you're... Actually, no, even if you're also a dreadnought, it's still a bad idea. There's the last pocket of resistance. Mutiny has been suppressed, Lord Captain. The forces are now carrying out a sweep of the compartments. The officers are forming new repair crews to replace the Inferni. Ship's critical systems have been stabilized and your throne has been liberated. Thousands of Dynasty subjects are waiting for your orders. All that remains for you to take the Captain's throne and affirm your dominion. All hail House 1 Valancius. This is my throne. You defeated the Gene Store cult on your void ship. Yay! You got anything cool on them? Oh, we leveled up again. We got like 3 levels up this stream alone. A bunch of armored body gloves. Oh, we got Bone Cracker. I'll hang on to 1 power thing for the fun of it. Strangler Weber. That is a lot of damage. Well-maintained heavy rock saw. One of those. Mars pattern bolt pistols. Keep 1. Hell is this? Xenomesh. Oh, just Xenomesh. Rib suit. Keep 1, I guess. Heavy breacher's boots. The wearer makes an area attack, they gain 4 MP and can continue their movement. That's kind of neat. Star's patronage. Wearer can skip their turn to make an ally of their choice immune to all damage until the start of the wearer's next turn. Only once per combat. Cool. Pascal and I are gonna need some, recovery time after this.
Captain,
Pascal especially, actually.
alive and wherever you are, we urge
Speaking of armor, tip power armor affinity. Okay, so, I have 1 piece of power armor.
enforcers and officers.
This is genuinely the only one I found, other than Ulfar's, of course, but that's Astartes power armor, which is a different category. I have 1 piece, but my only character who can wear power armor isn't allowed to wear it for genuinely no reason. It just straight up says, not for Adeptus Sororitas. Like, there's no earthly reason for that. Like, I understand, like, I think I understand narratively why, but in terms of game mechanics, it doesn't make sense. Alright, what do I do? Logic's 150. I don't think I need it higher than that. It's for another female. Thinking of the females... Oh, right. I heard, you can get her on your crew. I didn't end up role-playing it that way. Yes, Karat. No, he's got good... I don't really need any... I guess logic, so I'm just even bester at it. Alright, exemplar talent. So many of these, and I never remember them. This is not a bad general one, if I really need some. Didn't roll with your choices if you ask me. Yeah, that's what I was doing. Like, yeah. But it is dumb that it's like, that's the only power armor I found in the entire game. And the character who has power armor proficiency isn't allowed to wear it. They're like, this is a big investment to get power armor otherwise. I always wear light armor, so this tricky defense is currently leader. Don't need extra wounds, really. Actually, tipping point, I have a lot of crit chance. That's just good for me. Quick save or save scum, but it won't be fun. I did a little save scumming for one particular thing. Just because it was like... There was genuinely no way I could do it otherwise. I was getting supremely unlucky, was the problem. Or Imperium wouldn't be bad on her. Alright. She actually has decent dodge, so this wouldn't be a bad idea. Da-da-da. Ally attacks enemy, deal additional damage equal to number degrade defense stacks. That... It says an ally. Does she count... Would she count for that, or is it only if an ally does it? Now, that would let her put an absurd amount of bonus damage and let someone else finish off something very strong. Which would be quite nice, but see other options. And, this actually wouldn't be a terrible idea because she's got Pierce. It doesn't say it stacks, but it doesn't say it doesn't stack, so I don't know. Masterful Display is currently leading on what I'd give her. Although, Perfection Under Fire is generally good, too. Oh, ignoring... Okay, pinpoint accuracy is... actually, she does so much damage, deflection doesn't mean a lot in the long run. She technically has 100% over-penetration because of what I gave her. Yeah, either Masterful Display or Perfection Under Fire. Plus 5 to all characteristics is just generally good. I guess, yeah. Really does get to the point where you've given all your allies so much of each stat, at least of the stat they need, that it doesn't matter anymore when they get skill ups. See, Cabela is in the party, so we've clearly doing something right. Hello, the monkfish. Yep, Cabela is our girl. She is... best girl. The only thing that puts her above Argenta is she can actually be romance. If they could both be romance, they would be equals. But they can't, so... Also have Cass, who is also quite good. The same art retrader I did. Yeah. I based the character I made around the art I picked that I liked. Cultist fucker? Correct. You cannot hurt me with the truth. Her persuasion is 200. I think it's literally impossible for her to fail a persuasion check, because I don't think there are persuasion checks with a bigger penalty than 100. Actually, I don't know if there are any with a bigger penalty than 50, so that might be even more unnecessary. You must find other ways to hurt me? I mean, if you know of any, you could do with a little more coercion. You're gonna do Cabela's Romance in your third one when DLC 2 drops. You did Cassia on your first two. I've heard Cassia's is pretty good. I've really enjoyed Cabela's because I'm running a very dogmatic character. He's dogmatic iconoclast a little. Dogma is more, he's very faithful, but he's willing to go against the more rigid, like, bureaucracy side of Dogma. But Dogma is still by far the larger part of him. Let me see, do you have any more stuff for... No, there's that. Extra turns. Looking for give extra turn bonuses. Eager Subordinates was another one. He's got that dog in him. I think I used that for a stream title at some point, Bathwater. Da-da-da. Like, honestly, perfection might be the only thing here that she can benefit from at all. I guess Tough as Steel wouldn't be terrible either. She actually has a decent toughness bonus. Special builds are kind of weird, like... It's all about making other people better, although you can make her... From my understanding, you can make her a very dangerous blaster. Like, essentially her class is... What if we made Psyker not suck? Which is why... You might notice the Psyker we recruited isn't on my team. You might notice she's not on my ship either. There's possibly a reason for that. Oh yeah, you can just observe enemies and make them detonate. I imagine. She's also remarkably durable because she has a passive that makes her heal at the start of every turn. And I went with that and a bunch of toughness, so she just works well for support, frankly. Tough of Steel isn't terrible. Tough of Steel? Tough as Steel. I was like, that can't be what I said. This for just the +5 characteristics, probably good. One where health scales off willpower instead of toughness is very funny. Oh, that's right, I didn't give her a bunch of toughness, I gave her absurd willpower in that ability. She does have decent toughness, but this is her base toughness, and then she's just gotten a few buffs to it. Yeah. Now, of course, she's not the leader in terms of health. That's someone else. You might be able to guess who. Literally, almost twice as much health as the runner-up. Batskeep, baby. I made you an Executioner. An Executioner is just kind of okay. You know what? No, Executioner can do really big burst damage with how I've set things up. It's just that you're not an Arch-Militant, which means you seem weak by comparison. Probably enough tech use. Some more Lore Xenos in case that comes up. Executioner is extremely comedy with Pyromancy. Oh man, yeah. I was thinking, okay, I know there's like an absurd amount of content that's tied behind your main character being a Psyker, and I just didn't make a Psyker character for my first run through, because I didn't like the Psyker appearance. I didn't like the default Psyker portrait, though if I play again, I'm going to play with the mod that lets you change your character model so you can wear whatever clothes you want. That's something they just need to implement in their games already, because that's always, like, the most installed mod in their games. As weird as Pascal is kind of set up to be a really good, arch-militant, because he can use two-handed weapons. In theory, with a lot of attacks, he should be able to benefit from that. But because of his axe, I was like, Executioner. Nah. Yeah, I gave him know-it-all because he was good with it. Assassin on Pascal, and he did pretty good work most of the time. I don't think I gave anyone Assassin. This wouldn't be bad because of his Dendrite push. He ends up with a lot... Yeah, I think this. The extra damage and let him move a little after he pushes someone. Ulfar! I am not allowed to increase your athletics anymore. It's good enough. You can already bench press a planet. I think we're fine. What do you want instead? More carouse. You're my carouse guy. Okay, as far as damage dealing goes, a lot of mechanics stapled to it and suffers from not being arch-militant. I feel like most of the secondary classes suffer from not arch-militant, unless they give you some way to give extra turns, in which case they make arch-militant even better. Hendrix is an assassin, also Cabela? Huh. I mean, I know Cabela is literally an assassin, but that's not the class I gave her. Da-da-da. Rushing Assault wouldn't be terrible, because he does end up charging around a lot, actually. And I do usually have him take a swing every turn. So that's something to look at. Oh, wait. No, this would buff his swings a lot more, because of, this would buff his kicks a lot, and I do a lot of kicks on him. His kick doesn't cost any AP, so buffing his kick is paramount. Use Heinrichs as both Assassin and Arch-Militant, he's really good at both. Okay, so for the longest time, I was using Heinrichs. Heinrichs, actually, I do still have him. I do still have a Psyker in my game slot. It's the other one who I'm gonna level with you. I don't remember her name. I never put her on my team. I removed her basically as soon as I could, because Psyker abilities are damn near worthless. At least the ones she had. Idira? Yeah, that was probably it. She was possessed by some kind of demon ghost, and I let Argenta shoot her in the head. Yep, needs you, Lord Cat. Alright, I'm supposed to go to my thing. Yeah, sire down.
Do not believe the traitor's books casts. The mutineers have captured...
All officers and crew members who remain faithful to their vows of service. This ship is ours. Glory to the Von Valancius dynasty.
Human. Do not let them fool you. Shoot to kill.
Ooh. Void Shadow's complete, it looks like. How many bullets did we expend? How many bullets did Argenta specifically expend? At least a few.
The senior officers, aided by the enforcers, have made an attempt on the rogue trader's life.
Can someone shut that off already?
The Lord Captain is safe on the bridge. But be warned, an imposter is operating aboard the ship. Protect the true Lord Captain and eliminate the Pretender along with all the traitors.
Game saved. Why am I at a steering wheel? This thing is purely ceremonial. It doesn't do shit. Void Shadows complete. Da-da-da. I've been tempted to, when I eventually play this game again, try to do a Chaos playthrough, but I've also heard it just sucks. Like, you have to give up on basically every fun part of the game to get the Chaos ending, and then everyone just hates you. Like, it does not sound fun. And your reward is a party member who sucks. Like, he's just even worse Ofar. Oh yeah, these are here. I think it's a very cool ending, but you lose like half your party. Yeah, because like, half of them wouldn't want to be around you anymore. Lord Captain, is that still fucking playing? Have you guys not turned that shit off yet? Lord Captain, Weibo 6 begs for help. Something terrible prowls the planet, searching for a way to wipe out the planet's inhabitants. Victims died in small groups at first. They dismissed it as simple accidents. A poisoning, a crush, transport of fire. The death toll has started to rise. And explaining everything as mere coincidence is no longer an option. The enemy appears to be testing out different methods of killing your subjects. He is looking for the most efficient way to murder as many of them at once as possible. Our pick traps sometimes catch sight of a blurry, dark shadow walking among the people. And has actually seen it with their own eyes. Kind of accidents. Various sorts of mechanical failures. Ventilation systems emitting substances that have no business being there. Auspex is registering spikes of radiation. Maintenance systems shutting down for no apparent reason. All resembles extermination experiments. Your servants playing the role of test subject. Any ideas? The art of hunting relies on the art of hiding. Cannot see your target. Then make it so the target cannot see you. Deceive its senses and seize your advantage. A predator walks among your people. Well, then it's time we became predators ourselves. Your servants can't see it, and don't know where its lair lies. But I will tell you how to find it. You need to spark the beast's curiosity. Leave something it craves out in the open, and mark it so that you can track the beast as it's carrying the bait away in its jaws. That is how we hunt cunning prey on Fenris. Let's see, our best odds is to set up a snare, actually. Do some gifts for our unwanted guest. May the Emperor grant us victory over this foe. Soon enough, a mysterious shadow walked into one of the devious traps and, wounded by the powerful explosions, ran for his life. Cornered in its den, the monster fought its final battle and was slain. It was a terrifying Xenos with a metallic skeletal body and a single emerald eye. Its lair turned out to be a crypt-like chamber, and beneath it was an entire fortress buried in stone. Oh no! Oh no, Harry! Yes, Necron! Walls were covered in glyphs similar to the mysterious patterns the mad convicts have been drawing. Oh. Chamber also contained the dissected remains of the missing miners. The omniscized servants studied the bodies, the crypt, and the Xenos' corpse, hypothesizing that the Inhuman belonged to a caste of sages among its kind. It remained in stasis for ages untold, but had recently been awakened either by the mining efforts or the explosions caused by the Drakari invaders. Let's blame it on the Drakari. After killing everyone who had approached its lair, the creature tried to wake its brethren. Millennia of tectonic shifts had crushed the underground fortress. Oh, thank God! The creature was alone. The Emperor protects! Holy... You're giving me a goddamn heart attack. Look, Tyranids are one thing, but Tyranids don't fuck with goddamn Necrons. Remember, the Emperor protects the Emperor sure as fuck does.
The senior officers
Ancient Xenomechanism. Whenever the wearer ends their turn, they deal 21.
attempt on the rogue trader's
Why
life.
21? 3 times your hit bonus. Energy damage to all adjacent creatures. The number of damaged creatures exceeds 3, the wearer suffers the staggered effect. The fearsome insects, ones that assailed the colony, were the only tool the Xenos had left, so it chose to lie in wait. They don't fuck with Necrons because for them it's just pointless. Well, yeah, but the Necrons have also proved more than once they have the tech to actually fuck up Tyranids. Now, the Necrons lack numbers, which is why they are genuinely willing to... Some of the more lucid Necrons are willing to work with other races against larger Tyranid forces.
We believe that you are alive.
But if there is an active... Like, if the Necrons have their numbers, like, the Tomb World is not compromised, like this one clearly was, the Tyranids know better. Like, there's not a winning battle for the Tyranids. I think the best description I heard was, the Necrons woke up and said, oh hey look, a universe on easy mode. To be fair, compared to what they used to do, yeah. They had to imprison fucking gods. The Catan, heh. When the heretics of the Final Dawn sabotaged the fortress's reactor in their attempts to destroy the planet, the Xenos grew restless and started searching for a way to exterminate the humans. Now the last Xenos survivor was dead, so was its entire race. Or at least so prayed every denizen of Veabu's sect. Is there anything else I can even do here? I could break the earth. What'll that do? Trade mechanisms and phlogiston for adamantine and plasteel. No thanks. Yeah, I think I'm kinda done with my, projects.
The mutineers have captured the bridge and are feeding you lies. The Lord Captain is not...
Will you guys not turn that shit off? Lord Captain have made an important discovery. You destroyed the creature the mutants called the Sire. That it was my duty to investigate how the abomination had found its way onto our ship. I was curious about that too. Digging through old inventories and archives of trade transactions, latched onto a single name. Finger of Sorrow. Oh, is that when you just don't have the technique she really needs? What? Don't worry about it. More than two such... I'm not moving on from that. What did you say? Move on from it, that's an order. Alright, fine. The drifting hulk of this vessel was discovered by Lady Theodore's predecessor. A lost merchant ship with a hold full of cargo. I was reminded of the 3 sorrowful phalanges mentioned by the twisted creature. I dare theorize this image harkens back to the name of the ship woven into the heretic's beliefs. A third of the goods taken from the Finger of Sorrow was sold to the Drusian mission on the footfall for the needs of a colonization arc, the Wasteland Wayfarer, bound for the world of Jezebon. I think I've already been there. The third was taken to Hive Scipione 84-249 on Dargonis, but a mutiny broke out later, and the final third was left on the flagship. Well, you can see where I'm going with this. Centuries later, a cult of mutants emerged in every single location the shipments were delivered to. Oh yeah, I have been to all those places and noticed. Where does Finger of Sorrow come from? Arrived in the Expanse from somewhere in the Calixis sector. More precise information may be contained in the dead vessel's log, but I do not have it in my possession. These 3 sorrowful phalanges represent. We assume they symbolize the 3 branches of the cult, the Nurses, the Ravenous Star, and the unnamed cult from Scipione. At least I pray to the Emperor there are only 3. Yeah, good prayer. Tell me the Von Valancius dynasty has been transporting genetic aberrations across the Expanse? Purely out of ignorance. Creatures probably lurked in the cargo and no one discovered them. But perhaps, you know these things can take over minds. Could have dominated anyone who stumbled upon their nest. Wish to locate the wreck and investigate it. Coordinates have already been entered in the logbook, your lordship. Yeah, I'd like a way to get rid of this. I might actually, like, reload the game to get rid of that. It's getting annoying. Some frames somewhere.
Believe the traitor's books cast.
Still going, huh?
The mutineers have captured the bridge and are feeding you lies. The Lord Captain is not with them.
That's the idea the speakers are just broken? They are, but
Do not let them fool you.
Yeah.
Shoot to
Goth, how wonderful it is I've found you here. Uncontrollable anxiety washes over your body, causing you to lose your breath. Cassia notices this, closes her eyes, you're released from the grip of emotions that are not your own. Please forgive me, my powers sometimes too insistent in their attempts to break free from my control. You know what? Compared to what was happening when we first met, this is a massive improvement. I came to deliver good tidings. I've spoken with the House's navigators through the Atlas. Of late, I can feel with increasing clarity how our connection is growing stronger. Despite the dissent in its midst, House Orcelio has been able to keep a precarious equilibrium. Thanks in part to your unexpected arrival on Yorak 5, resolution of the conflict of the Dargonis reception. Not all Orcelios concur with your decisions, but none can deny the impact that you, no one else, have had on the House's present state of affairs. Cassia nods gratefully, lowers her gaze, and clasps her hands together. There is more I wish to tell you. It is about the visions I have come to experience at an increasing rate during warp jumps. The same visions come to me again and again and again. It is as if I am going mad. You see, these visions are about me, the Atlas, and Tisiphone Orcelio, the House's previous Novator. I have seen Tisiphone's experiments, the ones that involved the navigators from the Sathala branch, which she was rumored to have destroyed for disobedience. The visions told me an altogether different story. One where the Sathalas helped Tisiphone create the Atlas. They vanished immediately after the experiments were done with. Perhaps I can... No, I know I can find the way to the Palace of the Atlas if I recreate Tisiphone's journey from my visions. A real place, not the psychophysical illusion to which the Orcelio navigators can reach out. I've always had a feeling that it truly exists in our world. Now, however, I know it with absolute certainty. Been informed that House Orcelio will soon convene its Grand Council. Not be better to wait for it to finish first? Cannot shake a certain foreboding about the upcoming meeting in the incorporeal Palace of the Atlas. Troubling mirages have plagued my mind for many nights now. Voices calling and cursing my name. The more I use the Atlas, the clearer the visions become and the louder the voices grow. The further my powers wane. I am certain that all of the House is experiencing the same, for all of us are connected, and sense my family's fear. House Orcelio is doomed to perish in darkness should I fail to discover the reason why the Atlas is weakening. And that reasoning, I believe it's hidden somewhere in my visions of Tisiphone. What else do the visions tell you? I saw Tisiphone experience an epiphany in a dream, just like my visions came to me on our travels through the warp. She hailed a planet hidden behind roiling warp storms. The Lord promised her great power, so Tisiphone gathered the Sethalis, her most devout followers, to go on a suicidal journey through the Tempest. I know not the details of what happened on that planet, but it was there that the Sethalis sacrificed themselves for an experiment of some kind. It was there that House Orcelio obtained its Starway Atlas. For the first time ever, I have an opportunity to find answers to the questions my mentors so deftly avoided. Why did Tisiphone choose me? What is the Atlas? Is it true that House Orcelio's past is drenched in blood? Please, Ingarth, do not snap this tautly drawn string of destiny, my destiny. Journey with me into Tisiphone's wake to the distant stars. I shall help you, Lady Cassia. Cassia breathes a sigh of relief. The look in her ruby eyes quickly darkens again. The House is still watching me, both the renegades and the loyalists. Doubt that any of them will agree even to a brief armistice for the sake of learning the truth about the Atlas's origins. And I do not wish to see House Orcelio lose even one more life to another fratricidal skirmish. No, to go off the answers about our past on my own.
There are traitors everywhere, but enforcers and officers are still loyal to
It's best that we go alone. Cassia's shoulders relax a little. Thank you for your understanding, rogue traitor. Now permit me to take my leave. I must start preparing for the journey. What I've been able to glean, we must first travel to the... Her ruby eyes widen in astonishment. The Orcelio prophecy system. Odd that. Be the historical records are lying? And Kalain Orcelio is not whom the star system is named after? Either way, that was the system from which Tisiphone embarked on her journey. We're going to follow in her long-forgotten footsteps. Sure thing. Let me just... I'm gonna reload, see if that fixes this. It is really just annoying. Like, I'm taking a nap, fix the speakers. If they're not done by the time I'm waking up, someone's getting fucking executed. I don't care. Unplug them entirely if you have to. Anything to make this shit stop. Okay. Are we done? Good. Let's get back to the Expanse map. Alright then. Finger of Sorrow is a bit more pressing. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Denied! Let me do something! Saurabak's voice is resonant. Mr. Cabela has been apprehended by enforcers at the scene of a crime. Eyewitnesses saw her assault and kill the esteemed Chirurgeon Majoris. She has confessed to the murder. Penalty for murdering a senior officer is death. However, given Mistress Cabela's honorable service and her special status, I dare not proceed without your permission. Incarcerated and waiting your judgment. Let me know when you're ready to hear her case. I'm a bitch! Can't do shit. Cabela, alright, let's find out. The Undying won't tell you to do it. If so, then fuck him. You're out. If it's anything else, I don't know, you could have brought this up to me first. I know. If the God Emperor says kill a guy, you say how fast and with what weapon. And if he doesn't answer, you just use whatever you got. But if there was something else, like, what is this? I barely talked to the Chirurgeon, so I'm not too broken up about it. Put Cabela on trial. Alright, Saurabak. Bring Cabela here. Want to know what drove her to murder. Let justice be done. Okay, Cabela, come on, what happened? This... Lord Captain, murder has been committed on this ship. Victim is one Letard Forius, Chirurgeon Majoris. Perpetrator was apprehended at the scene of the crime, admitted her guilt, and did not resist arrest. Cabela appears cold and apathetic. Her unblinking eyes stare vacantly, her expression odd. Forius clan invoked ship's tradition and summoned a Requiescator to testify on behalf of the deceased. Masked man bows, stiffly and decorously. Requiescator? I'm not familiar. There's no one to speak for a deceased person in court. The representative is entitled to seek assistance from a member of the Requiescator's Guild. Their duty is to know and remember each and every person on the ship so they can defend the interests of the deceased and represent them in court. Study the victim's entire life history to gain the most detailed impression of their personality, deeds, and aspirations. The guild was founded by one of your distant ancestors, and to my knowledge, the Requiescators only exist on our glorious flagship. Let's see how well, how do you feel, Cabela? I am fine. Cabela turns her face towards you slightly. Whisper escapes her lips. This is just hollow ceremony. Pointless. Yeah, well, not so pointless, like... think about it this way. What if someone were pretending to be a member of the web, and they killed someone? We'd have to check on that, Cabela. Now, I know this is really you, but... Or at least I'm hoping this is really... I mean, what if this is a doppelganger pretending to be you? That's something that happens. I need to check, Cabela. See how well he knows the deceased. Tell me, Requiescator. What did Forius like and dislike about his work? The masked head lowers, and the man strokes his chin contemplatively. Contemplatively. Blah. Fascinated by diseases, injuries, pathogens, complications. The part he disliked was... the patients. Not let him concentrate on that which was killing them. There's a Requiescator speaking of the late Forius. Does the man not have a family? Clan to which the deceased belonged are wary of bringing accusations against the Lord Captain's companion. The esteemed Letard never made any courageous friends in his life, having always preferred his work to the company of others. Tell me about the circumstances of the murder. Eyewitnesses' accounts didn't give us much. Cease and the murderer had a brief conversation, following which Mistress Cabela beheaded the chirurgeon Majoris. Witnesses did not overhear any details of the conversation. True that you killed him, Cabela? Yes. Neither the chirurgeon's death or her own impending punishment seemed to trouble Cabela. Her pensive, dark gaze wanders around the bridge. It was me. May I ask why? The heartless man enjoyed what he did. His work should have been a holy mission of service. Influences made Cabela adhere to the tenets of blood-spun web with greater vehemence. Pain of thousands should have been a solemn sacrifice. Yet he derived pleasure from it. It was repulsive. The Undying One never whispered his name. I myself decided to sever his thread. Told you it would end like this. Why should anyone listen to little old Jay? You didn't say shit, Jay. And if you did, I didn't care because you're not that interesting. Also, y'all are real far away. Her colors have changed. Scarlet and the gold are drowning in the rage of muddled crimson, the misty blues of sorrow and the impenetrable greens of doubt. These shades are all in conflict, melding together in a frenetic tapestry. You walked a narrow, dark path across a yawning abyss. Small wonder that you stumbled. This soul, already mangled by bloody and frightening service, is fractured further still. Can it still be saved? Iliad falls silent, leaving her own question unanswered. Let's hear from the victim's representative. Masked Man's voice is unpleasantly creaky. The esteemed Letard served this void ship in this dynasty for many years. Treated the sick and gained new knowledge as his trade commanded. Saved many, but he himself was not saved. He caused Mistress Cabela no grievance. He never offended her. He merely answered her questions regarding his work, whereupon he was attacked. And so he has the right to demand a reckoning. The death of his murderer would be lawful and proportionate retribution. Heartless man did more than heal people. He maimed them too. Tortured them. Killed them slowly and observed. Frowning, Cabela adds, there was another like the Heartless Man. A Xenos from the Dark City who lorded over flesh and oversaw unholy resurrections. They're both touched by the same corruption, that of hubris. Treated the sick and he gained knowledge. Masthead jerks up haughtily. The boots of those who walk the path of wisdom leave bloodied footprints. The rule that existed long before the esteemed Letard did. Whom specifically did Forius torture? Unimportant people. So you admit he tortured people? Common people? Doomed people? Requiescator shakes drops of imaginary blood from his hands with disgust. This was the esteemed Letard's way of thinking. Does a doomed leper care whether the disease or the knife is causing them pain? Yes, immensely. Is the formula for a medicine that would cure distinguished officers, not with the lives of a few dozen commoners turned test subjects? Not often. With the knowledge he gained, he invented a multitude of balms, antidotes, and treatment methods that went on to save thousands of lives. When you were brought in and placed on his table, burned by the fire you had passed through, he saved you. The methods he used to keep your body alive have been tested on inhabitants of Loading Bay 8, as had the scar-removing techniques. Were their lives worth yours? The esteemed Letard thought they were. Everything is clear. Masthead bows ceremoniously. I have learned enough. Humbly await your verdict, Lord Captain. Let me see. Vania is within her rights to kill anyone on this ship. Her accusers, on the other hand, are not but dust. Do not touch her, is that clear? That's a bit much. Belle is not subject to ordinary justice. She serves the Emperor through death, and as such cannot be convicted for a death. That's a bit closer. Forius' clan will be awarded a generous indemnity for their loss, to be paid by me. Forius deserved to die, and I'm not going to punish Cabela for that murder. For his practices, they're henceforth banned on the ship. Guilty shall receive a more lenient penalty than death. Murder was committed, punishment is clear, let law triumph, commence preparations for the execution. Ooh. The thing is, if Cabela had said that the Emperor whispered his name, then this unquestionably I'd pick. But she said it didn't. It was her own decision. Let me see. For his clan will be awarded a generous indemnity for their loss to be paid by me. Humbly declare the esteemed Letard was indifferent to the fortunes, good or otherwise, of his estranged kin people who have you made rich. He would not be satisfied with this ruling. I cannot be put on trial. Bell's words are barely louder than a whisper, but everyone hears them. She raises her head, face deathly pale, as if she's asleep with her eyes open. None have the right to judge a spinner of death. What's going on here? Only he can judge. The Vizier's eyes are sewn shut. One can still read the grief that permeates his wrinkled features. He whispers in a sorrowful voice. You strayed from the thread. You doomed the tenets of the blood-spun web to oblivion. What a sorry end. For me, not for you. For I am compelled to usher my apprentice's soul to the other side before it is my own time to go. Why have you come here, Vizier? To take the one who no longer sees the tenets. To give her to him. She is dangerous. To pacify her forever. Such is my duty, and so it must be. Mentor. Why me? Do you truly think the greatest danger to your flock is... me? Bella's voice trembles with pain. What's happening to her? She is not acting like herself. The second spinner is in the throes of a spiritual ailment that we call doubt. Its most terrible ailment, though harmless to lay folk, is deadly to us. A doubtful spinner will stray from their destined thread and into bloodthirsty madness. Doubt brings them to the undying one before their time. Our service is demanding. It requires clarity and a sense of purpose that she no longer possesses. Long have I sensed the seeds of anxiety in her, but I hoped her reason would prove stronger and prevail. Alas, now I see the mark of despondence on her. Alas, I know that I am not mistaken. Must be a way to help her. How would one heal the soul of another, Domin? She is fighting a losing battle inside her mind. One she has all but lost. We cannot enter her mind. We cannot reach out a hand to her. Although... we could. You could. A thread binds the Domin and his shadow together. A rare thread, a shared thread. A connection be enough for your souls to enter into harmony. I must attempt to save her at the very least. Vizier turns his face toward Cabela, who seems withdrawn, her spark snuffed out. He whispers, and seek a steward of souls. An artisan who will put you both in a psychos trance, allowing your minds to become one. You have a chapel full of astropaths, Domin. One of them will surely do you that service. See that their guidance is strong, for inside her soul you will encounter... monsters. A doubt-ridden mind is a dangerous place. Well... Cassia, I apologize for whatever I was planning on helping you with next. That's going to be delayed, because this is slightly more important to me on account of... a few reasons. This felt like it came out of goddamn nowhere. I mean, the doubts part didn't. Bella was removed from the party until the trial happened. I understand the part of her doubting herself, but... or... just doubting in general, but this is crazy. Then again, admittedly, death cults don't usually get, like, personal stories. It's usually other people reacting to them in stories that happen here. A good advice. The Lordship seldom comes here without a reason. I'm gonna be of service to you today. You put me in a trance with Cabela. I need to get inside her mind. Fucking what? Synchronized trance is a complex telepathic practice. Things go awry unless both participants trust each other and have a strong spiritual connection. However, I can sense that you do. I'd be honored to be your guide during the ritual, Lord Captain. Remember, it's easy to get lost in another person's thoughts. And the fears of others house monsters. Prepare for the risk. Put us in a trance. I will stay in the chapel, Ungarth, to hold a vigil and prayer. And the Emperor help you return this lost soul to the righteous path. You know what? With people praying from both sides of the Emperor's, like, aspects, I'm... you praying on the life-giving Emperor, and still death-dealing, but a little less focus on that part. And I assume the blood-spun web's given out some prayers to the death-dealing Emperor. Between the two of you, I'm hoping he might hear a bit. May the God Emperor aid you, Lord Captain. Alright, in we go. Oh. Okay, we're doing this. A shackled mind cannot comprehend the wisdom contained herein. Therefore repeat, he is death. Release your breath with each word. Cleanse your thoughts. He is death. Truth lies in death. Free your soul from the body's cage. Become nothing. He is death. Now that your heartbeat is a perfect line and your vision is shrouded in dusk, you've almost reached a state of purity and balance. Heed. No human will see death before their time. That is the delusion of the living. Heed. To which we say, a strong spirit can travel there and make the journey back. Heed the tale of the great Dominan Goth, who descended into the kingdom of the dead to retrieve his shadow. He is death. Birth and death are one. We are snatched from a place of warmth and sent blood-covered into an unfamiliar world. Dying is the same. The Daman, too, learned this as he opened his eyes and found himself on the lower decks, lying in a cold coffin. He beheld his ship, drifting through nothingness, an adamantine giant's corpse, a skeleton moaning from the winds of entropy. A tempest of rust was gnawing at its plasteel bones, and twisting its vein-like cables, while machine oil oozed down its bulkheads like lymph. Had the Daman been alone, he would have lost his way inside the ship's mangled bowels, but a guide reached out a hand to him. The spirit of old Veni Zachary had loyally followed the Daman to the other side. In the labyrinth of the hereafter, the piercing gaze of Veni Zachary discerned the thorny path to the halls of death. The loyal servant swore to protect his lord. Together, the Daman and the Veni made their way up through the malformed frame of the ship. From the cold catacombs of the lower decks, they traveled up into the fires of the ship's crematorium. Tongues of flame licked at them, yet they did not burn. Columns of the dead marched toward them to be turned to ash in the fire. The Daman and the Veni walked toward the dead in turn. At the great gate of the crematorium, their path was blocked by the executioner, a sentinel made of metal spikes and coiling blades with roaring flame and pale, bleeding bodies writhing within, such as a blade that has lost the strength of the tenets. A murderous monster no longer driven by faith but by dark desires. The Daman saw a fight was inevitable and... I can actually do any of these because I'm so great. Banish the monster with a fervent prayer to the Emperor. The Emperor's name be gone. Holy shit, that worked. The beast prostrated itself and began to tear its own body apart. For words of true faith pacify even the worst of evils with a sense of shame and self-loathing. And a card of his tarot appeared in the Daman's hand. It was the God Emperor, and the first doubt was dispelled. He is death. He is death. Veni Zachary led the Daman out of the hot furnace of the crematorium. They walked past long columns of the dead. Frayed was their attire. Their bones scraped against their augmetics and scratched their decrepit flesh. They were moaning sorrowfully. The sound made memory fade away. The Daman saw that the dead were carrying an ark, and inside the ark was a thing. A lost child cocooned in silk, shedding crimson tears for the unknown. The unliving carried her as servants would carry their lady, and loudly lamented their fate, such as a blade mired in broodings over a lost past. A helpless child paralyzed by regret. Lest he sink into the soft rot of their walls and perish, the Daman... Again, I think I can do any of these 100%. Spoke gently to the lost child, pressed onward, pushing the dead away with his strong arms, sternly ordered the apparition to vanish. Spoke gently to the lost child. And the lost child's tears were dried. With a meek sigh, she returned to nothingness. For mercy, too, can be the blade that brings peace. And a card of his tarot appeared in the Daman's hand. It was the star. And the second doubt was dispelled. He is death. He is death. And the old Veni led the Daman to the upper decks. And the Daman entered into the officers' chambers. A web of veins adorned the walls, entangling the precious trophies, and statues were bound in intertwining sinews. And high upon a balcony, the dismembered judge wailed as he attempted to reassemble himself with his pale hands. But his movements merely tightened the tangle of the flesh, turning the chambers into a snare. Such as a blade tangled and trapped in misunderstood teachings. A hapless creature that does not know its place in the world. In order to continue on his journey, the Daemon blow it the fuck up. Attack the obstacle of flesh in his path, tearing it apart and destroying it. Lure Warp. Study the Tangle of Vesh for secret signs that would show him the way. Help the judge by returning each of his organs to their proper place. And the judge became whole again, and regained his comprehension of the world. For one who is wise can make whole what was broken. And a card of his tarot appeared in the Daemon's hand. It was the Rogue Trader. And the third doubt was dispelled. He is death. He is death. The flagship's bridge was draped in skulls and webs, and pale souls of the dead flocked to the foot of the throne upon which sat the undying Emperor, the protector of mankind. May his praises be innumerable. Starlight shone coldly in the eyes of his skull. The galaxy rested in his mighty hand. The Daemon approached his throne and, down on one knee, offering a prayer to him. The Undying One heeded the words spoken to him and lowered his brow of bone, acknowledging that he had heard the prayer, and he had heard the Daemon's other prayers before. Then the Undying One spoke, and these words are to be preserved in your heart as the greatest of prayers, for they spring from a source that was and is the holiest of all things. I know you, Daemon. I know your heart, and the fervent faith that dwells within it. I know your readiness to serve me, and I accept it. Your spirit has been weighed and found worthy. The Undying Emperor, may his praises be innumerable, said no more, and it was the Daemon's turn to speak. And speak the Daemon did, saying that he had come to find his shadow and rescue her. The skeletal fingers stirred, and the Daemon's shadow loomed out of the darkness beside his throne. She was bound in black chains and asleep. The Undying One was silent. Now was the time to offer a payment, as death would give nothing away without payment in return. And the Daemon promised the Undying One. Definitely not this. Okay, this is interesting. I imagine this is probably just meant to be an image of how Cabela sees the Undying One, the Emperor, and not necessarily the Emperor himself. I would offer, life of any calling themselves an enemy of the Undying One? Those were true words, for he valued his chosen servants, who accomplished incredible feats and brought him great trophies. The Daemon was one of them by nature, and this was known by all. And the Undying Emperor leant over the Daemon and drove a skeletal finger right into his heart. And he pulled at the scarlet thread of his soul. The thread trembled, stretched to the limit. It was then that a revelation came to the Daemon. A life must be paid for a life, and a name was revealed to him. Naki Erebus. That was the life the Undying One demanded its payment. Okay, starting to think that prior theory that this is just her vision of him might not be correct anymore. And my Rogue Trader actually meet the Emperor, or I suppose maybe this is sort of this is probably some fragment of the Emperor, because he was fragmented into a bunch of pieces. Maybe some part of him, the part that death cultists worship, is all about death and killing and the like. Still, meeting him like this, that's absurd. Agree to the price. An oath of blood was sworn, and the chains fell from the Daemon's shadow. She remained silent and motionless, for she saw no sense in leaving the halls of death, to which the Daemon told her. He had been waiting for her, had missed her, and had come to claim her and keep her. The eyes of the Daemon's shadow opened, and she replied that she too had been waiting and had missed him. The Daemon should claim her and keep her. He is death. He is death. The Daemon and his shadow left the bridge of the Undying Emperor. May his praises be innumerable. Their path was strewn with his tarot cards. Among them, the Daemon saw the card of the Executioner, who carries out sentences and brings a violent end to that which he did not begin. Among them, the Daemon saw the card of the Lost Child, who was torn from her roots and her support, but carries within her the still hidden seeds of a promise to recover them someday. Among them, the Daemon saw the card of the Judge, who weighs and separates guilt from innocence, and passes his verdict. They descended into the lower bays. lay down in a stone coffin and closed their eyes. And the Dahmen heard the undying Emperor's voice promising they would meet again, and soon. And thereupon their journey ended. And so it was that the Dahmen, having seen death before his due time, traveled there and back to bring us these tidings and wisdom. Be free of doubt as you walk along the threads of the blood-spun web. For those threads lead to him, as does all of existence. He is death. He is death. Bill's story is very interesting, yeah. Went into the DLC not quite knowing what she would be like and ended up loving the entire thing. I am loving this. This is like the ultimate payoff for making a very religious character. If you are making a religious character, I 100% go all in on romancing Cabela for this kind of scene for that character. This is meeting quite possibly a genuine aspect of the Emperor. Like, this has made choosing to be as dogmatic as I have very worthy, because my character has always acted very faithful. Like, faith has been his driving force, despite his many eccentricities that, he has faith in a lot of the Emperor's things. You can say he's gone against some Imperial teachings, but he has never once doubted in the Emperor's divinity, and in the Emperor's way. And especially, he's taken quite a liking to, actually, both the Death Cultists, and he actually gets along really well with the Cultist Mechanicus as well, because he believes that's another aspect of the Emperor. He is a man of very broad faith, and getting to meet one aspect is amazing. DLC has some of the best role-playing content in the game. Great stuff for all three main alignments, and bits that change based on your background. That is fascinating. I'm curious what this would be like. Oh, man. I saw there was a thing for, like, Iconoclast, and I wonder what that would have been about. There was also an option to be heretical to the Emperor, and I can't imagine that going well. He is death. As the shock of another mind's jumbled thoughts stop constricting your throat, find yourself staring at Cabela's pale face. It's settled into a strange expression. Dumb and goth. Are you well, Cabela? Remember what happened, how we met? Death? I remember stumbling. I remember my doubt in the truth of the tenets throwing me off my feet. I remember deciding to kill. Not because I had heard his whisper, but because I deemed it to be right. Death whispered my name. For a spinner without a thread is like a sky without stars. They would drown in their own soul's darkness. You have reminded me of who I am, that my shameful weakness must be extinguished. Bella looks away. This Naki Erebus is the payment the Undying One demands. The price of redemption, the price of freedom. Who is this person? Where are they from? I do not know. Help me find them, Dahmen. Cabela. I think it's me who's supposed to do that. Getting you back from him, this is the payment from me. Your factotum oversees archives that contain many names. Let him find the one that death has spoken. And I will pay the price that was set. For I know, I feel with all my essence, the death of Naki Erebus is the key, the answer to my questions. Ulfar is a very interesting character as well, because he doesn't see the Emperor as a god, but he still, ironically, he sees the Emperor as what the Emperor would be far happier being seen as. The pinnacle of humankind that all humans should strive to be. Rearrange this a little bit. Probably the only character on this team who's like that. But he's also one of the Emperor's angels, which means you kind of just have to accept his viewpoint if he's not a straight-up heretic. Yeah, that's amazing. That makes me even more excited for the next DLC. I'm hoping they have more roleplay options like that. Ulfar, you didn't expect to like much because you're not a great fan of his chapter, but he really pleasantly surprised me. Yeah, it's actually... I didn't know much about the wolves, and I thought they were kind of silly from what little I'd heard about them. But Ulfar is so fun Like, he's such a fun character with such a unique outlook in this world that I kind of... It made me like the Space Wolves more. I hear Lehman Russ is supposedly still alive in the warp. He went looking for Magnus, is my understanding, and he didn't come back out, but he might still be in there, who knows? It's one of those questions that's probably not going to get a good answer. Janrus, whatever. Need to find someone named Naki Erebus. Find whatever information you can. Erebus. The clan name is familiar. I may ask your lordship to give me a time in the flagship's archives, being as vast as they are. I've spared no effort in finding Naki Erebus as soon as possible. One joke where he makes fun of everyone on Fenris for naming everything after wolves made me choke. Yeah, you can be like, you mention wolves a lot, and he genuinely laughs. He's like, yeah, every other word out of a Space Wolf's mouth is wolf. I like how he was willing to accept how weird he is. My favorite line was, he's like, can you guess what the most dangerous planet on Fenris is? And I was like, I picked the one that required a high lore Imperium. It was like, what was it? The Saber Badger? And he was like, what? The Wrath Badger, that's what it was. He was like, what? I was like, well, we have almost no information about it. That implies the hunters are avoiding it, which implies it might be more dangerous than anything else on the planet. And with that answer, he just laughs because he can't argue with it. He's like, I was gonna tell you about the wolf, but that's a great answer. The Wrath Badger is great. And that factotum pokes a triumphant finger at the data site. I found them, your lordship. The Erebus family are a lesser Voidborn clan. I think I see where this is going. Served in the boarding teams for many generations. Spilling blood in the name of the dynasty. Service of Her Ladyship Theodora, Erebus displayed impeccable heroism on several occasions. Unfortunately, the clan was all but wiped out 2 decades ago during a confrontation with enemies of humanity. For their valor and sacrifice, Lady Theodora granted the surviving members of the clan noble estate privileges and the right to settle on the capital world. Not common for the Voidborn to settle on a planet. Gravity is merciless to the Voidborn. That does not mean they are incapable of adapting to it. Living on the capital world is a reward worth putting in the effort for. About Naki Erebus. The name Naki appears in reports. At least a dozen different women bore it over several centuries, but there's no data on any living person with that name. Head of the Erebus family will likely have more information about the past 2 decades of their clan's history on Dargonis. Must go to Dargonis. Send the dynasty's representative on the capital world an instruction to summon the Erebus family to the palace. Right. Shall return later. What's funny is, every time I talk to him, I'm reminded, my team is still not min-maxed, but I still rip apart with so much damage on some of my characters. And it could be so much better if I did their early levels a bit better. I did some of their perks a little better, too. I think Ulfar is probably pretty min-maxed, at least as far as I could for him. But I know Argenta could be better, and I'm pretty sure... I know my main character could be way better. Like... the sniper build is just kind of meh. During the period designated night shift, the air throughout the ship suddenly turns stale. Yeah, we've done this before. On to Dargonis. Onto the palace. I have a lot of stuff happening in the palace. And again, I suppose it is the capital of my entire, like, base of operations, so... Long way to go. The landing platform next to the actual palace, you couldn't have done it like the one that's like right outside on my balcony. You couldn't have landed me on that one. You have to go in through the front door so everyone knows you're there. You look cool. And I gotta walk like 4 miles. Yeah. I, the Emperor. And like 2 minutes after that run. Okay, break time's over. Clementia, now it's the reception is starting. Ready to receive the Erebus family. You wish, your lordship? Yeah, same team. Surprised they feel the need to give me a team. Lordship, allow me to introduce the next guest. Detectives of Gargonis from the Void Between the Stars. Randor and Zioni of House Erebus, along with their heirs Mattis, Lorna, Rono, Lumi Erebus. Glory to the dynasty. Officers Randor and Zioni Erebus both make the sign of the Aquila, reverent expressions of their battle-scarred faces. On their battle-scarred faces. Beside them are their children, raised to love the God Emperor. They're mild-mannered, but fascinated by their new surroundings. Judging by their uniforms, the 2 eldest children are already members of the Dargonis Planetary Guard. Lordship, it is a great honor for House Erebus to be invited to your palace. The glimpse of distinct anxiety in Randor Erebus's eyes. Leonie touches her husband's palm ever so slightly, gives him a reassuring nod, then addresses you. As a token of our great reverence for the Von Valancius dynasty, I may present you with a modest family relic of the Erebus clan. May it serve you faithfully. Wyvern's Pride. Whenever the wearer kills an enemy, their Medicae increases by 14 until the end of combat. Stacks. Twice your resolve. I mean, I'm sure that on harder difficulties, there's some really good healing you could do, but any character that's getting a bunch of kills, I want them to keep killing stuff rather than spend time on heals. How's House Erebus faring on Dargonis? Delighted by the favor you've shown to us, your lordship. Time in the capital is much calmer and slower compared to the ship. I've almost gotten used to the gravity. Prosthetic supporting Randor's spine creaks under his clothes as he attempts an awkward bow. Bell whispers just barely audibly. The crowd, the dominant's attention, this being their first visit to the palace. They are nervous. We must give these people time. Let them get accustomed to these surroundings and to your presence. Then wander around the hall and taste the food. We'll talk to each one individually. I agree. This is just Blade Dancer skills scale off of Medicae. Oh! Do they? I might look at that, because then that might be something worth putting on Cabela. The Erebus parents notice a blood-spun web cultist to your side. They exchange glances. It's very reasonable to be nervous at that, too. Almost imperceptible tension hangs in the air. Find the reception to your liking? Beyond all our expectations, we could not have dreamt of something like this, to be honest. Even just permission to settle on Dargonis and continue our service on the dynasty's capital world was a most gracious gesture on Lady Theodora's part. Not expect any further attention. Leonie smiles gently, but her fingers are fidgeting with her heirloom pendant. Let's enjoy the evening. Join the guests. We'll talk later. Of course, your lordship. We're available for you at any time. There's nothing suspicious about them being very nervous about what's going on. I've invited them here with a death cultist by my side. And she's in her full equipment, unlike that very fine dinner party that was just the 2 of us that we went to, I think, last stream. Pressing down too hard on your quill, Lumi. Look how thick your lines are. The ink hasn't dried. Mother will be livid when she sees this stain on my cuff. Why'd you watch what you're doing instead of lecturing me again? How many times has Master Rogbart said, apply the base colors first, then the darker shades? Nervous children are leaning over a sheet of parchment, arguing passionately. A small, finely made box next to them contains quills and a few bottles of ink. Bella's shadow hangs over the younger Erebuses. Her unblinking gaze carefully studies the unfinished drawing. It grows gloomier still. Your lordship, we're honored to be at the Von Valancius Palace. I am Lorna Erebus. Pale young woman, slightly shorter than Cabela, smooths a lock of her dark hair nervously as she stands between her younger siblings and the spinner. Look at the drawing. I have a decent chance on this. Yeah. Parchment is an unfinished family portrait showing the Erebus parents and their 4 children. Young artist's skill is impressive. Your attention is drawn not to the fine lines and shading, but the sketch of a dark figure added by a still more masterful hand. The family was once renowned for their courage, but Dargonis has no need for boarding teams, so our parents enrolled Rono and Lumi in the scriptorium to study religious paintings. That dark shape in the portrait. You drew it, did you not, Lorna? Who is it? Lorna purses her lips and looks away. Mother says the Erebus clan is a secret guardian that protects us from the shadows, and I thought it would be unfair to draw all of us but not them. Silly, I know. That is proper. That is honorable. Bella barges into the conversation, winces, then whispers softly. Come, Dom, and let's frighten them no more. Enjoy the reception, children. Thank you for your hospitality, your lordship. Bella casts a final glance at the portrait, then quietly walks away. Yeah, I have a feeling my mind's going the same place yours is, Cabela. I'm wondering if maybe another member of the Bloodspun Web has lost their way, and the way we're atoning is by getting that one, giving that one back to the Emperor, rather than you. Perhaps the Emperor recognized you could be saved, but this other one couldn't. In which case, more than happy for the fair trade. That way. Alright. Lord, hey, your help, road trader. Mattis Erebus. Ah, there. Lordship, Senior Lieutenant Matisse Erebus, at your service. Tall, dark-haired young man enunciates sharply as he salutes you with great fervor. Breathless from his own audacity, he blurts out, "Hope I don't sound too bold if I say I've always dreamt of serving on your flagship. Be too much for a modest servant of the dynasty, I hope Lord Captain might graciously make him a part of his crew." Bella soundlessly appears at your side. Her face is reflected in Mattis's dark eyes. Their gazes meet, they both freeze in astonishment and lower their heads. They're both awkward. Cabela had had enough to eat growing up. She had not put her body through grueling trials, and she had not used intoxicants during the cult's rituals. You might have said the two bore quite the resemblance to each other. I think I'm seeing something else happening, actually. Matisse looks away first. Pardon my tactlessness, mistress. Clears his throat. I have the strangest feeling that we've met before. Bella takes her time to reply. You were born on a world and absorbed a hive sense. I would have remembered someone who smelled like that. I do not know you. You believe yourself fit to serve on the flagship? Serve dutifully on the planetary force, in the planetary forces, your lordship. Governor Drivestem even awarded me a medal for defending the southern hive against the Xenos. I've been born on a gravity-bound world. My heart belongs to the void. Your reasons are your unflinching courage and your love of the stars. There is another reason, your lordship, but I'm afraid you'll find it laughable. Try me. See, I've always known my destiny awaits me on the flagship. Because ever since I was a child, I've had the same dream over and over. A dark-haired young woman walking barefoot along the decks, and me following in her footsteps. I would run, but can never catch up to her. I'm seeing a pattern here. The father told me he had felt something of the sort when he met my mother. Mattis's eyes take in Cabela's features. He smiles sadly. I believe my future awaits me there. Well. Very well. I accept you into my service. Truly an honor for me, Lord Captain. Not let you down. Glory to House von Valancius. Let us go. I have heard and seen all I needed to. Yeah, I think I know what's happening here. Your Lordship, allow us to thank you once again for this honor. We left the flagship a long time ago. It's a pleasure to be in the presence of a Lord Captain again. Sione looks at you with a pensive, unblinking gaze, her eyes darker than the night sky. I realize your attention to House Erebus was brought on by some manner of circumstances. Please let us know I can be of service to you, and we'll do what you require. A keen observation. Andrew's eyes meet Cabela's as she speaks, but he's not intimidated. On the contrary, the corner of his mouth curves upward slightly, and he gives a respectful nod. Tell me about the Erebus family. Sadly, we are but a shadow of what was once a much more numerous clan. Most of our kinspeople fell in combat. We believe the Erebus' last battle is yet to be fought. We raise cohorts of successors. We teach new recruits and our own children the ins and outs of void service before they even set foot on board. New generation are learning to serve in their own way. Our eldest son, Mattis, is on the planetary guard. So is Lorna, our eldest daughter, though she has devoted herself to medicine. To my great surprise and elation, our younger children, Rono and Lumi, have found their vocation serving the God Emperor and the Ecclesiarchy. Remember Theodora well? I won't lie, your lordship, we never saw her in person. We did not have the rank. Even her favor was bestowed on us in the form of a document penned and delivered by a scribe. We remember her orders, and they're reflective of all the courage and fervor of a true rogue trader. Looking for a Na'ki Erebus. Ship's archives mention several of your ancestors, but the one I need is a living person. Couple exchange glances again. Our clan has a tradition. Name our children in honor of our past heroes. Mattis and Na'ki Erebus, the twin founders of our family. Great warrior and a keeper of knowledge. Legend has it that a great future awaited bearers of those names. Every Mattis or Na'ki Erebus would add to the clan's renown. They would prove faithful assistance to any lord captain they served. Legends are just that, legends. It's not names that give people strength, but the faith inside their hearts. Currently anyone named Na'ki in your house? No one has borne the name for many years now. Your son bears the name Mattis. What can I say? I've always wanted to raise a great person. Why'd you name your daughter Lorna and not Na'ki? Do you not want her to become great? I didn't... They did name a daughter Na'ki. Bella's words hang heavy in the air. The only Erebus nods slowly in response, and a sad smile upon her lips. We did. The Emperor took her from us. The Undying Emperor. Undying Emperor? Followers of the Bloodspun Web. No, your lordship. Randor and I, we've always been stalwart in our faith, and we revered the Spinner's service, but the sacred path was too dark and frightening for us. We may not have understood the deeds of the Bloodspun Web. We never doubted that the Spinners carried out his will. They gave their all to their duty. It's a heavy duty, but a true duty always is. Enough. Bella's cold, raspy voice sends a shiver down your spine. I have a theory. Bella's cry brings the Erebus family back together. 6 alarmed faces. 6 people standing shoulder to shoulder like a fortress wall. One lone, grim figure opposite them. The shadow peers into their dark eyes. The same as her own. Their pale lips, the same as her own. She clenches her fists, ignoring the steel claws that pierce her palms. Enough, I know who Na'ki Erebus is. You just lie, and so do I, no, I think I've pieced it together too. Na'ki, the only Erebus looks at Cabela with scarcely concealed fear. Her husband notices her reaction and shakes his head in warning. No! You keep something like that to yourselves, how could you? How could you? Lorna hugs her younger brother and sister, who cast frightened glances at their parents and the sinister woman with the wry smile. Na'ki Erebus. Cabela throws her head back and her laughter resonates through the hall. Na'ki Erebus is me! So all this time, Mattis, your dreams were showing you the woman who was destined for me. Not the love of my life, but my sister? Mattis shudders and stares intently at Cabela. I didn't know. Do you remember me? I remember what I am permitted to remember. The tenets of the web. Prayers to the Undying One. The names of poisons and intoxicants. The name the Vizier gave me. But you? No, I do not remember you. I do not know you. Mention a guardian in the shadows, did you not, Lorna? An unseen shadow. Servant of death. Mother called her Na'ki. I knew she was talking to someone she knew. They were speaking in metaphor. Said the Undying One had taken Na'ki, but death whispered her name only a short while ago. Whispered. The God Emperor demands a great sacrifice, yet it makes serving him all the more honorable. Yoni's voice trembles. He turns to her husband for strength and support. A few years before Lady Theodora sent our clan's survivors to Darkonis, Bloodspun Web's Vizier came to our bay. Said the Emperor demanded the next firstborn of the Erebus clan. That he needed a new spinner. 6 months later, we had twins. A boy and a girl with eyes darker than darkness itself. Yoni smiles tenderly at Cabela. You were born first, Na'ki. With sorrow and pride, we gave the Vizier our most precious treasure. That is how one honors the God Emperor. Difficult choice, but a righteous and devout one. Most difficult one in our lives, your lordship. We knew our daughter was alive and serving the faith. And as mysterious and bloody as the ways of this service were, they were ways that pleased the Emperor. If I had been born a minute earlier, that animated corpse standing before you today would have been me. Mattis recoils from his parents. Why doesn't she remember anything? Why was she never told? The ritual of releasing the burden. Bella steps up to her brother, who is so completely like her, and yet so thoroughly different. New blood-spun web recruits undergo it in order to forget their past, and devote themselves to the Undying One, and so that their souls do not suffer. Tell me, Mattis, is your soul in pain? Only hurts because I never knew you all these years. Bella turns to you sharply. We are here to settle our debt to the Undying One. We now have the name, the person, and the explanation. I know what must be done. So why do I feel pain from an unseen wound in my heart? Why am I, for the first time in my life, hesitant to sever a thread? All this time I've been wandering in the labyrinth of my mind, but the answer never came to me. What must I do, Domin? How do I end Naki Erebus? Let's see. Oh, man. So, apparently we've discovered quite blatantly what the Emperor did mean, though I'd almost argue that you could interpret it another way, but the game is very adamant that there's only one way to interpret it, which, that's a little lame. I do not kill on others' orders. No, I kill on the Emperor's orders. I 100% do. I've have in the past and will in the future. Like, that's... Naki Erebus, the Emperor's will is clear. Like, that's... I don't think the Emperor would fuck with us like that, frankly. That is... They do offer you one other interpretation, the literal one, but I don't think that's what he meant. I don't think he'd fuck with us like that. I think he'd just say no. Yeah, but, man. So, my theory before was we were going to find another, you know, spinner who was maybe hanging out on the planet, had left to join their own family, and the family left, and we were there to hunt them down for the Emperor, but, no, the Emperor's asking for something quite different. Bella has repeatedly said she doesn't feel like she has the strength to make her own choices. But I've repeatedly asked her to make them, and she hasn't. Or at least, well, actually, she did make her own choice there, and kind of proved the point. Those who betrayed you. I wouldn't say they betrayed her. Naki is of the past. When those who remember her die, she will die too. Her eyes grow colder than the void itself. You're right, Domin Goth. Forgive my insolence, but you and the guests should leave the hall. I have personal business to settle. The Erebuses start to edge back in terror, but freeze in place in one gesture from Cabela. Remember, they are devout. They are earnest. There's no reason they need suffer. Leveled up from that, huh? Oh, an extra AP. Cool. That means I'm not gonna have to think through this one. Bella. Come, Domin. Must descend into the Temple of Death where I report on my assignment. Ask the Vizier a single question. Why me? That's fucked up. The interpretation I would have gone with is reckon with, like, who you were and decide that who you were born as and decide that's not who you are. And I would say that would kill Naki, but apparently that's not what the game wants you to think, and I think that's kind of a hole in the... That is a small hole that is making this a little lesser overall. I get they want to make it that choice that you can interpret in the absolute wrongest way, obviously, but they don't give you that way to interpret it at all, and I think that's a little... And that's a little sad. That implies that it's something they didn't think of. And that's never some... The developers not thinking of something like that is a point against it, rather than anything else, really. Maybe I have to talk to Cabela to go.
Take heed, Nemo. Our blessed Domin.
Let's present ourselves to the Vizier.
Come, Domin.
With ominous resolve, Cabela drags a steel claw down her face, leaving behind a line that splits it in half. She steps forward without another word. Okay, gotta bring people on this one. Are we gonna have to fight in the temple? I hope not. Alright, let's give everyone their extra ability point real quick. These are the easiest level ups. This means, with Cassia's basic setup, she can now attack every turn and still do all her abilities. That's great. The Vizier whispers a prayer, his masked face turned toward the Undying One's image. Instead of his usual threadbare clothes, he's wearing elegant armor of bone and dark gold, marked with purity seals. He turns as he hears you approach. Cabela, I've been hearing your footsteps for a long time. In his whispers. Domin Garth, Lord of the Ark, it is good that you are here with her. It is right. The Undying One has blessed this union of light and shadow. You greet us clad in armor. Are you preparing for battle? Today is a special day. I've only donned this armor once before when I was second spinner. That day, I ceased to be second. I have remembered the weight of this gold on my shoulders and chest through all of the years since. Cabela opens her mouth, but the Vizier stops her with a gesture. You'll understand, my daughter. You'll understand soon. Learned how Cabela came to be part of the Bloodspun Web. We've met her family. Vizier looks away for a brief moment and nods to empty space. The Undying One's congregation sacrifices the blood of its blood. This is how spinners are brought into this temple. Only those who would serve him of their own volition stay and spin the Bloodspun Web, as Cabela did. Your words are dishonest. The ritual of releasing the burden erased me, made me hollow. What will of my own I had, you took from me, and filled me with yours instead. The Vizier's voice becomes astonishingly gentle. My daughter, do you believe you have only served him because I set you on the thread of the web? You believe that you have no faith in him? You know that is not true. You are right, Mentor. The path I walk is mine, and I thank you for setting me on it. Yeah, Cabela, he's not like mine. They're not brainwashing you. I don't think that's what's going on. Cabela's been cured of her affliction. This is true. No longer do I see anguish in her soul. Second Spinner, I am ready to receive your report. You accomplished the task the Undying One himself sent you. Yes, Mentor. My mission has been accomplished. The Undying One revealed a name to me, and I found my mark. Everyone the name of Naki Erebus ever meant anything to is dead. Naki is no longer among the living. This was difficult for you to do, my daughter. I understand and I am sorry, but such was the Undying One's wish. A tired sigh escapes the Vizier's chest. A harrowing sacrament. A ruthless ritual. I'm relieved that it is nearing the end. Everything is coming together just as he revealed to me. Perfection has been sculpted. The affliction I nurtured has been vanquished. The choice has been made. So whence all the sadness, my daughter? Vizier shakes his head, suddenly looking very human. His shoulders droop and he extends a hand toward Cabela. What do you mean the affliction you nurtured? It was you who doomed Cabela to her suffering. And dying one laid the thread, and I served as guide. The meeting with you in your world, Domin. The hunt for Nemesis, her grim and ghastly doppelganger. The comprehension of her flock's pain. My assignment stirred anxiety in my daughter's soul, as they were meant to. And the feelings that exist between you. Those supersede all else, perhaps. Could I have prevented them from springing up? Smothered them while they were still weak? I could have. But I chose not to. What will happen now? Cabela will be the new Vizier. Her journey to the Undying One and the choice she made will be reflected in the blood-spun web's new pattern. As for me, I will go to him as I have long awaited. Confusion and alarm in Cabela's face gives way to anger and horror. Her face distorts like a crumbling paper mask as the emotions wash over her. Too many emotions for one whose soul has gone dead. I have not yet done all that you expect me to, have I? That is correct, my daughter. Can you feel it? The proper way this burden must be passed? I can guess how it works. Agony distorts Cabela's features, but she clenches her fists and nods. We must summon death to these halls. And glorify him. That which must be done be done. Still, it is unfair. What's gotta happen, though? Vizier's voice is full of sorrow and humility. Yes, but I am strong with you. My high spinners stand with me, those who swore an oath to protect me and not outlive me. And he, too, stands with me. His face will emerge out of mine. May those you choose when you set out along the threads of the web, your comrades, your Domin, may they stand with you. Fight. Fight with no regret. A bitter sigh falls from the old man's lips. Farewell, my daughter. Let us honor the Undying One. Let us honor him. There's a lot more of you than there should be. Backing up. One problem with Ulfar is sometimes his own body gets in the way of where I'm trying to move him to. To battle! This shall be the front line. This shall be the back line. Actually, it probably shouldn't have been. Probably should have been her own body as the back line. This will be the rear, though. And Argenta, prepare to utterly rip these fools to shreds. I say fools lovingly.
High momentum.
Are you a fool? Everyone's at least a little bit of a fool. So yes. Argenta, would you kindly? You hate me? That is not even close to what I said. What? I got a free dodge? Fine, firearm mastery. They just get one free dodge at the start of it.
I must not falter.
What the fuck? Why are you taking an extra turn? My turn's not done yet, jackass. What? Really?
Onwards!
Kinda in the middle of a... But I'm kind of trying to play this turn-based game. I don't know if you've noticed, game. It's not normal to
Weapon at the ready.
just have all other characters suddenly... Alright, fine. I'll deal with these assholes first if that's what you really want. Yeah, they get a free dodge first. It's a really stupid mechanic that I despise. Okay, they're just taking turns whenever the fuck they feel like. There's no rhyme or reason to this.
Follow my lead.
No one gave you permission to do that.
Chaos guides
Yes,
me.
yeah.
Death to the
They
weak.
gave these guys the very wrong...
Ha!
Why are all of the blade dances going... There we go. Yeah, do your dodges. He is really on fire. Yeah. There we go. Ah, I did that wrong. You mean target is invalid? Move one step. And kick the vizier. The running gun. Alright, we getting him? Thread is unbroken. Undying One has not yet reached out his hand to me. What the fuck was that? Also, why did her attack stop? That's not how that's supposed to work.
High momentum.
Alright, kill these guys. Really dumb, that free dodge really pisses me the fuck off. You can go straight to hell.
Moving out.
Another example of overtuning an encounter. They're not very strong, they just get to keep fucking dodging all the time.
Weather the storm.
Right on higher difficulties made you actually rage. It's making me rage a little, and this is not a high difficulty. Hey, this is standard. Fuck off. That was kind of my only option. Da-da-da-da-da. Good hit. Ah, it wouldn't hit that hard. Missed me. That's not gonna work. That was probably the wrong one, actually. Push. Your weapon is less good. The Emperor said so.
Follow my lead.
Bonk, parried. Alright, Cabela. You ready, girl? Any minute now, it'll be your turn. This, Slayer just has to stop being frozen in fucking place. I'm gonna get mad again, game. Game. Game! Come on! This stupid glitch keeps happening. The second time. The character just doesn't end their turn properly, so I just have to sit there and reload. God damn it. And he ain't got a full round yet. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't mean to do that. Alright. It's a real dick move for them to have two Slayers behind us, too. That's not, like, fair play on this shit. That is intentional. Yeah, I did this wrong. The voice of command first. Still Inquisitor's decree.
High momentum.
Yeah. First set of attacks every round without fail, they get to freely dodge. The Vizier gets attacked too many times, they all just take extra turns, and... you know. And never mind that these attacks literally have a buff that means they can't be dodged. They're gonna dodge it anyway.
I must not falter.
Alright.
Onward!
All of them taking extra turns just because they get to.
Follow my lead.
Oh yeah, no, come to me. I'm definitely the threat here. Dodge 500 enemy attacks with your party members, yeah.
Moving out.
least I'm taking him down. What do they give you this buff, Ulfar? That gives you a boatload of health. Laser his brain out. Back line. That's the rear. And Argenta's turn is way later in the rotation this time, because fuck me, right? You just throw a bottle of blood? You fucking mind?
Weather the storm!
Okay, they're just going whole ham on Pascal for some reason.
Follow my
Yeah,
lead.
okay, you're taking an extra turn even though you've already done that. This is a really bad spot to blade dance from, you know. Yeah, you get a free turn right now for some reason. Velodat got the kill, though. And kick. Okay. Pain resonance. It did a little bit. Where it hurts. Get a little more on you. Drop, drop. Oh yeah, the free blade dance because you got injured. That's definitely how that's supposed to work. Push the cultist. And you. The Emperor's not with you, banish your machine spirit.
Onward!
Dodge. Ready. Ready. Yeah, dodge all those. Die. And kick the fifth spinner. And then blast the fuck out of them. Yeah, free dodge again. Yeah, take a free turn again. Yeah, 'cause in this turn-based game, the enemy just gets to take extra turns. Because, you know. Die.
High momentum.
That is too high a chance of hitting Cabela, frankly. Fuck you specifically.
Stay vigilant. Yeah.
Follow my lead.
Dodged.
Moving out.
Hey, it's my turn. That's never happened before. I'll get into the perfect spot over here, where I can actually see the enemies. Alright. That didn't do as much as I was hoping it would.
I serve the ruinous powers.
No, you don't. That's the wrong voice line. I don't know how they fucked that up. You almost got Pascal. It's really lame of you. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? It's It's your turn! Come on! You're trying to... That's not fair. Okay, there it fucking goes. I'm actually crying a little because I thought it happened again. Yeah, take your free dodge again, just because you can. So many free dodges they get to just make. Job. How did... why, I despise that system. Why did one of those do 0 damage? You dealt more damage to your Vizier than to us. Alright, Cassia. You'll be commanding an angel. Don't let it go to your head. Are you fucking kidding me? There. Kick the Vizier. Red is unbroken, the dying one has not yet reached out his hand to me. He turns into smoke for some reason. No idea what that's about. You die this time. Thank you.
Momentum. Low momentum.
If I give that to Pascal, I feel like he needs some anything. And laser that one's brains out. Yeah, you're still on fire, so. There's a dodge mixed in there. I'm mad about it. Just kick them while they're down, Cabela. They deserved it. What you trying to do, huh? Huh? You thought that would work? Too bad, Cabela's better at this than all of you, because she's an arch-militant. Damn it. Pascal, you okay, man? Take it easy. Shoot a laser gun. Yeah, like that. Who's left? Oh yeah, this person over here. Banish their machine spirit. They lost the right to it. I know there's probably not a machine spirit in a gun, but that's a risk you have to take some days. Yes. There we go. Yay. Yay. That's a lot of red. Oh dear. You've been ambushed, the battle starts. They just come back. The Undying oh, he just gets a lot of turns. That's not good for what I'm going for. On the plus side, this counts as a new encounter. Inquisitorial decree. Horrific. It is the Undying Emperor. He's supposed to be at least a little horrific.
High momentum.
Strike me down, for I am dead.
Huh. Death Oblivion. Undying Emperor used the Visions of Death or Liturgy of Death ability, targeting the furthest enemy. There are multiple possible targets. Out of these, it will target the one with the highest percentage of wounds. There's still multiple possible targets, only one will be randomly selected among them. Liturgy of Death. Deals mental damage to the target. That. Visions of Death. Mental damage to all enemies in the area, removes all their stacks of Blood Blessed and Bloodstained. Willpower is it? Jeez. Is there something I'm not understanding about this battle? I'm looking around the environment. I'm not seeing anything I can interact with.
Is the hand that rises against me.
Yeah, but what am I supposed to do instead? This is a video game. Wait, am I... I actually don't know what I'm supposed to do about this. Give me a second. Okay, apparently you are just supposed to fight him, it's just not telling me that. It means it just, the game's actually lying to me about that fact.
For I am death.
That's not something I appreciate games doing. You know, lying.
That rises against me. You cannot strike me down, for I am death.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage, just... And it's hiding the health bar. But you are supposed to actually win this fight. Which, you know... Not a good look, game. I'm gonna level with you. Don't like the idea of saying the Undying One is my prey. But you gotta do what you gotta do, right?
Does not bleed.
Blasphemy. Fucking ow. Yeah, if you were actually you, I'd agree with that.
Do you truly believe that you can defeat me?
The real one, no. An image that's testing me? Possibly. The real one, I wouldn't have been able to kick like that. Owie.
High momentum.
That.
Does not bleed.
Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Game, there it goes. Okay, wow. He's having trouble loading the Undying Emperor. Probably with his absurd stats. There we go.
Die, for I am death itself.
Alright. Possibly could have done that sooner if, I'd known I was allowed to win the fight. Because then Argenta's opener, I wouldn't have quit it early. I thought there was like some environmental thing I had to deal with instead. But no, the game was just actually lying to me about something. He change armor so quickly? Clad in the Vizier's armor, Cabela is staring at the spot where, just a short time ago, lay the body of the man who raised her. Her shoulders are shaking and her head hangs low. But no tears are to be seen and no sobs come from behind her mask of dark gold. Suddenly, she throws her head back, and a desperate cry full of pain, fury, and regret echoes around the temple. It is not the Vizier, nor a spinner you see before you. Just a daughter who has lost her father. I know this is a ridiculous question to ask, but how are you doing? The tenets of the web teach us never to regret or hesitate. But I could never have imagined that I would one day have to make a choice this painful. I did what had to be done. That does not quell the pain. I know he is in the Undying One's hands, but that does not soothe the grief. You have done your duty to the God Emperor. It was his wish as well. It was his duty. But he was reluctant to leave me to the very end. I saw it as his eyes went dim. Did we all see that? The flesh might not be the right word, but the God Emperor there? Was that how you saw the Vizier, Dominangath? You saw an image of death in him, but it was only an image. Fumes of the sacred intoxicant blessed our ritual. What you saw and killed was a mere man. The Undying One does not come to the living. We come to him. Okay, Throg's fucking with me. That makes way more sense than what I was seeing. What do he look like to you? Younger. The way he was when I first saw him. I was younger, too. It was as though we were facing each other in a training match like we used to. You know what would have been a good way to get that across? If each character whose turn you took actually saw something different there.
Did you two have visions? All I saw was the old man himself. Oh, he did fight with a strength that is beyond mere mortals. Swift and deadly he was. He chose himself a good death, even if it was bleak.
Okay, it didn't work on Ulfar. Good to know. Might I call you Vizier now? I do not want to lose my name as my mentor lost his. And no spinner will ever speak it again, for I am their Vizier. Yet you are my Domin, and I am your shadow. Let me remain Cabela to you at the very least. Oh, gladly. Immediately don the Vizier's armor, helping you to embrace your new role. I think so, yes. Cabela reverentially touches a drop of blood on the dark gold. I sense the weight of this sacred vestment. The weight of the Vizier's burden and the decisions I must make. From this day forth, my burden. Voice is full of somber pride. Will become of the blood-spun web now. Change lies ahead. Bella cuts the air with her palm. Traveling with you has given me many insights. Adhere to the tenets of the blood-spun web with greater vehemence. We've been lurking in the shadows for too long. That was why we failed to prevent Nemesight's crimes or foiled the Abomination's plans. That was why we failed to protect Dom and Theodora, and I will not let anything like that happen to you. The blood-spun web will stretch its threads from out of the shadows and absorb new blood. We will open the temple to those among our congregation who wish to serve the flagship and the Undying One. We will grow our numbers. We will train fighters. We will share the Enforcer's duty and fortify them with our skills. We will shun defending our grounds in confinement and go on the offensive. We will no longer be unseen guardians, but will become his soldiers. And yours, Angoth. Dominangath, sorry. Bella studies the spinners. Death has whispered your name. Defeated the vision of the Undying One. Yay! Her voice thunders under the temple's vaults. Bow now before your new Vizier. 100 whispers reply, Death salutes you. Bygone Sorrow. The Death Cult Assassin has 8 or more stacks of Blood Blast to gain 1 AP and 1 attack per turn. 10% dodge and parry if the wearer is not in cover. Dodge and parry is quite nice, but, Tell everyone you killed the Emperor and start a new cult around yourself. No, it's quite obvious that was an illusion. Lingering Whisper. Where deals 14 more damage to targets with less than half wounds. That is really, really good. Lie. I don't know if that's a good idea in the long run. I feel like that might cause different kinds of problems. Different offhander. This is her old helmet that I had on her. 10 or more stacks of blood blessed to gain when resolve. Yeah, this is a bit better. Looks pretty cool, too. The armor, I'm a bit iffy on, because I don't mess with the blood-stained things as much. Blood blessed. We'll see. Looked nice. Is this a new sword? 28% additional damage to enemies with less than half wounds. Yeah, she's real good at finishing things off now. It's also just a stronger sword in general for her, so that's good. A spinner, his face covered in carved bleeding glyphs, makes a respectful gesture of invitation. You show the way, Domin. Yep, let's go. Let's get back to the bridge. Ba-ba-doo, ba-ba-doo, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo. 100% is how much of my ass believes that 100% is accurate. Too bad it doesn't look like she gets a new, like, portrait.
Domin, sacred overlord of the Ark, my protector and friend. How may the Vizier of the blood-spun web, your shield, shadow, and blade serve you?
I'll talk about us, I guess.
I'm here, Domin.
I miss ya. Look, yes. Yeah.
All of my thoughts are of you, Domin.
Yay.
May the Undying One shroud your footsteps from the faithless.
Yay. Our crazy cultist murderer wife is now in charge of her cult, her murderer cult. Yay. A fish and his wife. Hey now. Ngoth is not a fish. There is no part of him that is fish-like. And he's not me, mostly. I'm his writer. Because I ship him with her doesn't mean it's me. Not visibly. Not internally, either. His blood is literally used to activate the ship. People would notice. But, that is a really nice place to leave off. I think, I'm thinking with how, like, the dialogue went there, I think I'm getting, like, at least a very specific ending for Cabela and not a general one. But I think Ruka is mustering you? Mustering. The hell does that mean? Tell you what, I'm gonna stop the recording for YouTube here. As always, thank you so much for coming if you came. You didn't come, you don't get a thank you. Well, why YouTube?